Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Japan, here, Yokohama. And good morning, Professor Miyawaki. My name is Makoto Nikkawa, the Director General of this symposium by Japan side. I chaired the opening ceremony. Before we open the symposium, I would like to invite the two people to address to audience. The first, Takahata, Director of the Timber Trade Office for Forestry Agency of Japan. So please take the stage, Takahata, Mr. Takahata.
Dr. Izuru Umehara, President of Yokohama National University. Dr. Muralee, Thummarukudy, Director of Global Land Initiative, UNCCD. Mr. Makoto Nikkawa, Shinjunomori Project. And all the distinguished guests, especially guests came from long way from overseas. Good morning. My name is Takahata, Forestry Agency, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries. I'm delighted to be here in Yokohama National University to participate in the International Symposium regarding Miyawaki Forest and Urban Forest. This symposium is organized by the G20 Global Land Initiative in cooperation with Shinjunomori Project. The Global Land Initiative has the ambitious goal of reducing 50% of the degraded land by 2040. Land degradation is very serious all over the world, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. The government of Japan has been financing numerous projects to tackle and degraded land issue through JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, and international organizations such as ITTO, JEF, GCF, FAO, UNDP, and so on. Let me focus on the forestry in Japan. Many people believe Japan is quite a small country, but the territory stretches from north to south about 3,000 kilometers. The distance corresponds to the distance from equator to Washington. So, in fact, it's a very long country, including southern part of a small island area. So from north to south, the temperature differ very much. Of course, rainfall differ, vegetation differ, and there are many types of forests from all through the Japan island. In addition, the forest function people expect to the forest differs case by case. So for example, in the particular forest area, forest coastal area, maybe the disaster prevention function is most important, but for example, in another area, in the mountainous area forest, maybe the biodiversity or wild habitat function is more important. So Japanese foresters, government officers, and forest researchers have to learn many types of forestry method, forest management system, and adopt the best one case by case. I'm afraid I'm not very much specialist of a Miyawaki method, but it is my great pleasure such a famous method was invented here in Japan, and actually implemented all over the world. Through this symposium, I expect to learn from case studies of Miyawaki Forest method in different parts of the world. I sincerely hope that all participants will interact with each other, share your experience, and gain knowledge and skills to utilize when you go back to your home countries. It's time to conclude my words, but I want to add one comment. Last week, my colleague told me that Takahata, maybe the symposium participants will be 20 or 30 people. So when I arrived this room, I was very astonished. I want to prove to him today's participants is more than 20, 30. So allow me to take one photo. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Takahata. The next, Dr. Muralee, Director of the G20 Global Land Initiative. We are organizer of this symposium.
Thank you, Nicolas. Good morning, all of you. Mr. Takahata, Dr. Kazue, number of people whom I know, and a lot more people whom I don't know. I'm extremely delighted, honored, and privileged to be standing in front of you for the International Symposium on Miyawaki Forest and Urban Forest. And I actually would like to call it the first International Symposium because I expect this to follow into many series of events in future. As mentioned, I am from the G20 Global Land Initiative of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. I do not have a background in Miyawaki Forest, but I see huge potential, and that's the reason why I am standing in front of you here today. Last week, I was in Rio, Brazil. And in 1992, 3 international conventions started in Rio, Brazil. You may all know about the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Some of you may also know about the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, and very few people actually know about the 3rd convention, called the UN Convention to Combat Desertification. What I have done was to do a Google search and see how many results come out if you were to say climate crisis. And there are 509 million articles. And if you Google biodiversity crisis, there are 68. And if you Google for desertification, there are 2.9 million. The land crisis is an invisible crisis. Yet, land is the operating basis in which we all live. Almost all human beings live on land. 99% of our food in calorie come from land. Our fresh water all come from land. It's relevant to our health, it's relevant to our well-being, yet the land crisis is not fully understood. If you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, 15 is also linked to a number of other SDGs. For example, you cannot have zero hunger without fixing the land problem. You cannot have gender equality when more than 100 countries, women do not have right to land. You cannot have clean water and sanitation without fixing the land challenge, and so on. So land is very fundamental integrating force on all SDGs. Yet, the reality is that we have more than 2 billion hectares of 14 billion hectares of land degraded. 2 billion hectares of land, which is many times the size of many countries, twice the size of China, for example. That much of land is degraded. But not only that, we are still degrading about 100 million hectares of land per year. So if this trend were to continue, by 2040, we'll have 5 billion hectares which is degraded. And this is a huge challenge for us. And that's why in 2020, the G20 Global Land Initiative was established with with an objective to reduce the degradation by 50% by 2040. That is to restore 1 billion hectares of land by 2040. It's a commitment which G20 has given to the world. But the commitment is not just by G20 countries. The commitment is by all the 197 parties. As a part of this initiative, we do a number of things. I'll just briefly mention, but I'll come to the core topic thereafter. The first one is to share and showcase best practice from wherever they are. So we have a global restoration information hub, and I encourage all of you to visit this website. We have best practice on sustainable land management from around the world. We are coordinating the Global Land Challenge under the UN Decade for Ecosystem Restoration. My colleague Joanne is here. She is coordinating. If any of you want to join this initiative, please do contact Joanne, and you are welcome to join our land challenge. We have a small grants program which we launched in March, where from around the world we have identified a number of projects and we are supporting them financially. So in future iteration of this, some of you may be interested to join. We do some direct action in the school, and that's why we are excited for this session as well. But I also want to tell you something. We commissioned a market actor to find out what is the size of the restoration economy. When you have to restore 1 billion hectares of land, it's going to cost about $1.5 trillion. It's a lot of money. So there's a new economy emerging where a private sector can play a big role in the restoration. And the restoration economy is already valued about 20 billion hectares. It's slated to rise to 70 billion hectares by 2032. So I know some of you are from the private sector. Clearly, this is a growth area. And we are supporting that economy. How do we promote that economy? But we are also promoting young people to set up new business in the restoration industry. So we have a full program to promote young people who want to work in the field of restoration. Again, those of you who are interested, please connect with us. We have a global program. We already have ecopreneurs from these countries. We have a global capacity building program. A range of them, we train parliamentarians and we train technical experts and so on and so forth. Again, those of you who are interested, please get in touch with us. And this is our flagship program where we are training 970 universities around the world on land restoration through sustainable agriculture. So if you have, some of you are from the agricultural faculty, please do get in touch with us. I want to tell you why we are interested in the nature lab idea or the Miyawaki idea. Where does Miyawaki come into our equation? I have a picture here, which is me in 1964, born in a village. And I am looking at my house at that time, and it's fully made of things which you can secure within 10 kilometers of your house, everything in that house. And water was, of course, a well in front of my house. Food we grew within 20 meters of my house. Medicine was always a herb somewhere in the farm. We played on the land, we swam in the water. And cash, when I wanted to go to a shop and buy some candy, it was never coins. It was, I took some cashew nuts, gave it to the shopkeeper, and then he gave me some candy. And work, we perceived work as work on land. So work was not something in front of a computer. And now I'm looking, and my mom as well, 60 years later, and I'm looking at this and say, this is my apartment. I live on the second floor, no connection to ground. Water comes in a pipe. Where it comes from, I don't know. Food in the supermarket, I don't know where it's coming from. Is land involved? Medicine, pharmacy, play is computers. Bath, of course. Cash is not even cash. It's a credit card and increasingly crypto. And work is on the 20th floor. So the connection, the organic connection to land is lost even for me. So you can imagine the 4 billion children who live in urban areas who do not connect themselves with land. Until the time that connection is re-established, we have no future. So how do we re-establish that connection? Our vision is that every school, in every part of the world, there are 10 million schools. Every school, every campus should be a nature lab. Every child should be able to understand their organic link to nature. And we are very glad to see Amanda from the Sustainable Development Solutions Network. We are going to work with them to the next 5 years to reach 10,000 schools in 100 countries as a pilot with a nature lab idea, and Miyawaki forest come in an integral part of that. But not only, not every country is amenable to Miyawaki forest and so on and so forth. So we have huge hopes and dreams, and that's why this community is so important to us, because you have built such a gift to humanity from Japan. And the legacy of Professor Miyawaki need to be known around the world. We don't see this as a one-off event. We see this as a start of a movement which already exists. Later today, we'll be sharing with you a set of suggestions which we think we can all agree for future. For example, we can all agree to be forming a network for working together. We can all agree to create training programs and harmonize them. We can all agree to celebrate the legacy of Professor Miyawaki by establishing probably a global award on this topic, and a number of similar ideas. We look forward to your comments. Please do follow us on our social media handles. Please share whatever pictures and photographs you make. We are very happy to collaborate with your organization. I see absolutely immense potential in this network. I already know that many of you know and work with one another, but please accept us as part of your community. We can do great things together. I will have more opportunity to thank my fellow organizers and all the participants tomorrow, but without naming anybody, I just want to tell you how thankful the United Nations and the Global Land Initiative is that you have taken your time to come back as far from Australia, from United States, from South Africa, from Saudi Arabia, I understood. Around the world, 27 countries are represented here. We look forward to a great session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muralee. Now we are open the International Symposium of Miyawaki Forest and Urban Forest. The first program is the keynote address of the two professors, Professor Fujiwara and Professor Box, take a stage. どうぞ。
皆さんおはようございます。Good morning, everybody. The original chair for this session, the keynote speakers, couldn't come, so we decided that we would just introduce ourselves, or introduce each other, I should say. And our first speaker, of course, is Professor Kazue Fujiwara. I would like to give a nice long presentation, introduction for her, but I don't want to take away her speaking time. So let me just say that, well, you all know who she is. She was Professor Miyawaki's best student and foremost practitioner and authority on Miyawaki forests. She was a student here at Yokohama National University as well as a professor here. Maybe that's enough. I'll let her get started. She's going to tell you about the history and results of Miyawaki forests. Go, Professor.
Good morning, everybody. おはようございます。Welcome to Japan, Yokohama. And so at first, I'd like to introduce Professor Miyawaki and his work and our work too. So this is Professor Miyawaki. He is so-called planting god. And also one of the important things is these books. 10 volume and whole Japanese archipelago vegetation recording here with composition of species too. Okay, we have a history. Have you been Meiji Shinto Shrine? How many people been? Okay, good. This is 100 years history, man-made forest. Meiji Jingu Shrine Forest was built with 100 project based on the landscape architecture from Tokyo University. They made this shame. So at first they plant pine, conifer, and then underneath evergreen trees. That is potential natural vegetation in Tokyo. This area was very bad drain area, and usual people wanted to plant Japanese cedar, cryptomeria. But so Professor against this area is very bad, then we should recover the natural forest. And then, so big trees also taking care here. Nowadays, it becomes very big forest. So like that. And nowadays, Miyawaki Shinto Shrine Forest too. Only one in the world. 1,700 volunteers came and planted here. This story will be presented by chief priest in, I think, this afternoon. So then, 8 years later, 2015, you see like that? And nowadays, like this, and water was the best taste water, and they got a prize from the country. So today's talk, I introduce something, then function of Miyawaki Forest. What the Miyawaki Forest function from Yokohama National University, and tsunami influence data, and something else. Then a mini forest and large area restoration too. And so green environment is based on person who will think about that. Like you should be leader of the green environment. So you know the Miyawaki method. Species selection is very important for the restore the natural forest, and soil preparation planting method is digging holes 1.5 times deeper than at the air, always at air. Don't plant too deep, and fixed spotted seedlings, dense mixed plantation. That sometimes when it is too strong windy area, we plant 1 square meter, 6 to 7. But usually, so this campus, Professor Miyawaki began from 1 individual to 1.5. Then later, he changed to the 2 individual per square meters. Then 3 individual square meter. And so 20 years ago, they changed mind, 4 individual for the square meters, because maintenance is very difficult, weeding. So then when we plant densely, it has a competition and grow very fast. Then we don't need weeding so much. Therefore, but when we plant very densely, it is very dark, and bird coming and drop the seeds. It cannot germinate, or germinate afterward, also dying. Therefore, we decided maybe 2 to 3 will be optimum. And so windy area, we plant 5 or 6. That's better. Okay, and the mulching with light straw or weeds or bark chips or to reduce evaporation and soil erosion, add nutrients, foster soil animals, and suppress weeds, and plant suffering with local people and their children. So later he gathered people. Only 3 years management and nothing afterward. So Miyawaki method, it is an approach used to create forest, native forest, aimed to last for millennia through dense planting, mixed planting, and random planting. And also using seedlings. This is important. Seedling species composition typically found within natural forest and planted by local people and even children, even handicapped people. So that is based on the Japanese traditional green environment, like a Japanese garden. He always teaching us, the Japanese garden has a natural forest surrounding areas. So inside is a man-made garden, but the outside is the natural forest. Then it will help the environment. Also, people can enjoy. So basic idea Miyawaki method from Japanese traditional green environment, homeland forest, foster living beings. Satoyama is a buffer zone, and also farmer's house has a natural forest back of the house. Then buffer zone people use for the charcoal and etc. And sense of place, it becomes sense of place with homeland forest. Involve history and create your own culture as growing year after year. Foster forest save living beings. Forests have multiple function. That we can say from the Yokohama National Campus too. This is a Hamarikyu garden. So you can go there, here. So before it was 400 years ago, it was a little pine garden. Then nowadays it's evergreen forest. And also Kinkakuji Temple, very famous in Kyoto, golden house, and surrounding area also natural forest there. So original idea of Miyawaki forest. So Miyawaki, Professor Miyawaki studied in Germany, and the idea is from Professor Tixen in also the Germany and Netherlands has Urwald. Urwald means the original forest, but it is man-made forest. So then white socialism is important for the restore the forest. So plus agriculture experience. His home was agriculture farmers. See. So he was born 1928. Fourth son. He has his parent has 7 children, and he was the fourth son, and eldest one, and his age is 10 years different, and also his brother also 10 years different, very long. So he was very weak. Then he is always thinking how to take out the weed. 1945, the end of the World War, he moved from this Okayama to Tokyo to get the university, former university. But it had 100 kilometers. Then he couldn't reach it because that time bomb attacked Tokyo. He come back, and then again he moved to the Japan seaside and arrived Tokyo. So he has a guts very much. And so graduate school student of Tokyo University and the assistant of Yokohama National. He had 2 jobs in 1952 after graduating. University of Hiroshima University. Then 58 to 60, invited to Germany. He studied phytosurgery, therapy, and protection and restoration of nature. That time he didn't say restore the forest, just keep the natural forest, even not only natural forest. He kept the Japanese cedar. People planted the cedar when made their road. He left 3 cedars middle of the road. So later, I heard from the government, this is Miyawaki's effect. We didn't like it, but Miyawaki say, keep it. So he was very stubborn protection. So then, 1960s, it is remodeling rapid development of Japanese archipelago like airport, Shinkansen, highway, stubborn philosophy of the protection of nature. That's Miyawaki's character. Then 1970s, the natural environmental crisis, beginning of the creation of environmental protection forest. So that time, Shin Nippon Steel Company asked Miyawaki. So very wide area has no natural nature, and they are thinking plant a bamboo or plant a cedar, and Miyawaki said, no, restore the natural forest. When your company has some pollution, your forest dying, you should stop your job. So they agreed. Then that beginning of the natural restoration of natural forest. So it is a global environmental crisis, 90s rehabilitation of green environment already, and 2000 globalization appeared. Oh, I think, yeah. Okay, yes. Yeah, and also 2000, we had lots of the calamities like Kobe earthquake and East Japan big earthquake too. So Miyawaki changed the mind at first. Big earthquake, and we have a lot of the garbage and trashes we should put into the mound and restore the forest. Then this mountain and the forest will absorb the tsunami's energy. That Nikkawa later association project. Here, what is a Miyawaki style? Put a potato seedling at first. So well-developed root system, that's important key. And put into the water, then bring to the hole, make a hole 2 times and add air. Then take out the shell and plastic, then put, but it is deep, therefore they turn the soil, add the air. In the water, air is in the pot. So we change the air and water. Then we don't need watering. So then, same height, we add the soil and fix it with mulching and fix it. Then 3 years, you can see like this. So this is how many Miyawaki made the forest. 164 locations in 19 countries in Japan. Sorry, I missed Japan. Japan archipelago is much more than that. And you can see the stars. That's you came from here. So today you associated in this symposium. So function, what kind of function it has? This is Yokohama National University. you see international port, and Miyawaki Forest is just like this area, like that. So old forest is like here, you can see the golf course. So a university bought a golf course and developed this area. No forest, only small patches you can see. So it was in 1979. Main gate was like that. So Miyawaki suggested plantation at main gate in 1979 for 30 years anniversary of Yokohama National University. So pay that time professors or other people didn't plant, just paid money. Professors 3,000 yen, associate professor 2,000 yen, assistant 1,000 yen. Then fence bamboo and add the soil and plant seedlings and mulching 3 years. This is Miyawaki method. This is nowadays. See? So just you came from this stairs, 1979 like that. This is 1976 we plant. And later, 1979, we planted this area. So 1 year later, university doesn't have money to management, so many bare land and weed very much. Even so, you see the forest already, and you cannot see the difference of 3 years. So, sorry, before we had this board, front of this hall, but I don't know why. University took out and some kind of memorial board, they made it. But this board, it said, Green Environment Yokohama National, explain. So this is based on creating homeland forest with native tree, the idea of Professor Emeritus Akira Miyawaki. So when I was here after Miyawaki, Professor Miyawaki retired, so that time President made up this kind of the board. It is only one remained in main library areas. It is a very shame. So even a small area like this, 5 meter, 10 meter, this is a long area. Professor Matai, a novelist, she visited Professor Miyawaki, then Miyawaki suggested to make a plantation ceremony here. Then I took my class student, graduate student. They planted this area and added air, then it becomes, we didn't add the soil, but it becomes a small mound. You see the front of this hole. So, preparation of planting site, the soil condition is important. Therefore, we should add the air very much, and also draining, good draining, and choosing natural indigenous species for creating the stable forest. And plantation method, it became good SDGs. So, like this, and Professor Matai and Professor Miyawaki here, and I don't have a face here. So, after 3 years already, and nowadays, this is the last year, even 5 meters, but you can see it. So, entrance of the former my office, Miyawaki's office, I replaced his office, 1976, new building with plantation. Then nowadays like that. So you can see what's different. this building with entrance like that. So when dropped leaves very much and then soil mines increased very much, they make a hamburg set, hamburg. You cannot see soil animal. You need a binocular. The inside has a hamburg, and they made a hamburg and dropped this hamburg. Then bacteria make a good soil. That's important key. And Professor Miyawaki planted only tall tree species, but the birds brought other species. So when we don't do anything, what happened? Same year. So this forest is 48 years old, and here, 40 years, no management, no plantation, only cherry, sakura, and also the pioneer, Susumu and goose, pioneer species. Okay, and university harvesting the bamboo. Then, so Persea Maculus Zumbergi grow up, but it is bush. When we don't know, we don't do anything, so forest doesn't come back. That's important key. So how much species come back? I checked. At 20 years old, that time, you can see the red letter and black letter. These species were 28 years after plantation, woody plants and evergreen species. But this August, we checked Pittosporum tobira nandina domestica. It came from the garden. They disappeared. And the new one, Camellia japonica, Osmanthus fragrans, and Raphiopsis vivax, then the Eliopotria, also from garden, it's come back. Also, most of the deciduous tree gone, and deciduous herbs also gone. Nowadays, Ophiogon japonic variety, umbrosas, and Trachelospermum, and Hedera. That these species came from the bird. And there's New York Times asked me how many percent survive this forest. So I put 5 to 5 meters permanent quadrat, and we checked 20 years that time here. These species, 28 years after plantation, and 48 years after plantation, like that. You see, this is cinnamon and Persea. They remain. And the surrounding area, Persea is very good. And so 60% decreased in 28 years, and 88.5% decreased in 48 years. So everything became soil. And how about the crown? Black one was 28 years. Then it disappeared. Then red one, this year, remained. So very big. Oh, sorry, I return here. It's you see, 25 meter, 27 meter. Nowadays, 48 years, then the 27 meters. It's very big. And breast height is here, more than 50 centimeter or 40 centimeter, or even Persia, lower say 30 centimeter, more than 30 centimeter. Okay, and so one of the graduate student, master student checked temperature, and outside and the inside. Outside temperature 1.2 meter, maybe temperature outside the soil temperature and the inside temperature about 8 Celsius different. And also, Hanyu Qi, he is a master student, check the spring, autumn, and summer maximum temperature. Summer is 3 Celsius cooler than surrounding area. And winter, minimum temperature, 3 Celsius warmer than outside. And this is another explained plot in Oita. So after 10 years, developed a new housing, Aobadai housing estate. So 7-meter height Creation Miyawaki, because this is planted the construction waste soil. Then put the 2-meter grass box and 10-meter deep. It was 6 meters. So taproot is very important for the evergreen oak, Creation Miyawaki. So then East Japan, big earthquake. I visit this area, most of the pine, only pine, the garden is like that. So these are from the newspaper. So Minamisoma City today, and city mayor will be in panelist. Usually like this, and this is Miyawaki Forest. So 10 meters from the sea level, 10 meters high, tsunami came up and so destroyed the Miyawaki Forest half. But when destroyed, and rest of them, so tsunami became weak and stopped this road. So later they made a clean like that. That is pity. But now, rest of the forest is still very fine. On tsunami area, we studied that area. About how many cents? 60, 40 centimeter sand accumulated. And also like this, 200 people died. So you can see Miyawaki Forest here. This is a Miyawaki Forest, but they survived. So tsunami came, and about it, first floor was influenced, but it doesn't go to the second floor. After tsunami, still survived like that. So people say, why? Local people said, why government doesn't make this kind of forest? But still, they don't. So this is one book. It said mixed and closer trees and height. When many individuals and with tall trees, it will absorb the tsunami energy. That's important key. Okay, then, so, quickly. 何分まで？あと何分？はい。Then I quickly start. Okay, this is Yokohama City University Medical Camp Faculty, like that, good. And it was really reclaimed area, reclaimed land, and next to company and university, 5 meter, take the land and made their mound. So citizen plant it and like that. Yeah? So nowadays, this is hospital. People enjoy their green environment. So Miyawaki has only mini forest, but also we can say large areas too. About 12 hectares, 10 hectares, 50 hectares, Borneo, Sarawak, and also several areas. In Japan, big one is Nippon Steel Company. That time, you see like this, and nowadays, and we made the report, all company in the archipelago. Then what species is natural, we gave forest like that. So this is fire, mountain fire areas. So no species can survive. Then this is the next Kunming area. So we made just we say terrace and make a soil and plant, and also study the natural forest and these species and gather and plant like this. So this is Yamada Bee Farm founded, and they continued 5 years and succeeded. And this is Borneo, first to Miyawaki's restoration of the tropical forest. So Mitsubishi gave their funded because that time Mitsubishi was always climbed destroy the tropical forest. So I made the seedlings and planted with a student and also Japanese volunteer. And so nowadays, that 2019, already forest like that. And this is Thai Toyota. This time, small mound, like 5 meter, 3 meters mound, they made it because very wide. 10,000 people gathered and planted. So nowadays, so from Thai, Anon-san and Shirin-san helped Miyawaki. And also the seedling came from the palace. It's a good forest. And this is very bad area. You can see the crepasse and sandy clay areas. This is only Arnus pioneer species. So I suggested this is clay, therefore proud and made making the mound. So this is the first year, it's 2019. Just I guided to make a mound. Then I don't know why they made small mound. Many small mound they made it. But anyway, it becomes a good forest. And then I stayed and guided to make a big mound. So students and the local people gathered, plant, and see. Only 1 year, so big. This 2023, and this year we made it. So wider area, we can do it. So this is Kenya, also 2 hectares each year. But seedling is very expensive. Therefore, forestry method, 2 meter, 3 meter interval. And Miyawaki method is 1 square meter, 3 meters. So 20 to 50 meters Miyawaki forest, and it's next to each other. Then surrounding areas of Miyawaki method, you can see the both way it grow up. Unfortunately, local people cut and using their house. That's very pity. So this is natural building Kumar area. And so, conclusion, when we use a natural species, and then it will fix the carbon dioxide and mitigation of disasters, many. So this is a green environment is based on person. I think this time, Dr. Muralee and Harrison made this symposium, and many Japanese people gathered, and also the wild Miyawaki foresters. You came. So you should be leaders of environmental restoration. You should express for people and also study from the ecology from Miyawaki Forest. So this is Minami Soma City. Also, against the tsunami, they needing every year to gather the thousands of people and so plantation. Thank you very much. Okay, now I introduce Professor Box. He came to Japan in 1984, and that time he met Miyawaki 1983 in Argentina. He speaks German very well. Then Professor Miyawaki couldn't speak English. Therefore, always they speak German. And so Professor Box liked German very much. Therefore, he was a German boss. So they are very good friends. They became very good friends. And 84 they came. He came every year, once or two times. Since then work with Miyawaki and work with me. So long time. And he was president of International Association for Vegetation Science. 13 years president he was. So still, he is enjoying meeting and also studying and nature. Please.
Arigatou gozaimasu. Well, Professor Fujiwara just took away my first sentence or two because I was going to say when I came to Japan and when I met Miyawaki also. But this picture was taken then just the next year in 1985 in China. And I guess that was our first a big foreign trip together. Well, I'm here today to do something a little different from most of you. I'm here to be the devil's advocate, if you know what that phrase means. That means I'm here to talk hard science. I talk about the scientific aspects of the Miyawaki method. And it's a quick outline. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. Okay, so what is a forest? Mori wa nan desu ka? Hayashi janakute, teibokurin janakute, mori. So a forest, think of it this way. If you have a stand of trees, they could be tall or they could be short. Their crowns could be touching, in which case we say it's closed, or be open and lots of lights coming in. Well, if it's tall and closed, it's a forest. Everything else is a woodland. Assuming that you have a fairly large area. And if it's a smaller area, then certainly light's going to come in. If it's a small area, we might call it a grove. But basically, a forest is a stand of relatively tall trees with crowns overlapping, closed canopy, large enough in area to have an interior, a shady interior. So that means that the sunlight coming in from the side, what we call edge effect, does not penetrate all the way through the stand of trees. In fact, it may not come in very far at all. The shady interior should be the largest portion. Okay. And a forest also has layers. It has a canopy layer, which we might think of as a sun environment. And it has an understory, a shade environment, with leaves that are generally darker, maybe larger. You can see here the shady understory. This picture was taken in China, in an evergreen broadleaf forest. And of course, this is the kind of forest that Miyawaki's method was developed for. It was developed here in basically the southern half of Japan. We're barely, in Yokohama and Tokyo, we're just barely in the southern half of Japan. We're in the region of potentially evergreen broadleaf forest. And they look something like this, kind of somber in a way, as everything's more or less the same color from top to bottom, kind of a dark green. Okay, this is important because shade is really the key to the Miyawaki method. Shade keeps out faster growing, more light demanding trees and weeds and things like that. It makes a humid microenvironment in the forest interior, which is good for tree growth. And it permits really only the potential last stage or so-called climax species to grow up well, because these last stage species are the ones that are the most shade tolerant. And of course, it's these most shade tolerant trees that you want to plant because they, being the most shade tolerant, they can't be pushed out by any other trees because any other trees that come in would require more light. Okay, the Miyawaki method, the purpose basically is to create a stable forest canopy using long-living dominant tree species from the local mature forest, and to do it fairly quickly. The strategy is to circumvent succession. Succession might take 50 years or more, but circumvent succession by going directly to planting of the climax tree species, the species of the mature forest, in an environment that creates a self-maintaining forest structure as quickly as possible. So well-prepared soils, so on, that Professor Fujiwara already told you about. And I'm this. Okay. The Miyawaki method requires 6 basic steps. I cannot leave this list up on the screen, but you can find it on page 16, Juroku page, in your abstract book. But we'll go through these. I'm going to go through them quickly because Professor Fujiwara basically already outlined this. But understanding the local potential, saplings, prepared site, dense mixture, and so on, and mulching at the end. Okay, so first off, the first step, understanding the local potential natural vegetation. And this actually is the most important step of all. This requires field work. It may require help of local ecologists, but the climax species then, the ones that you want to plant, are usually well known in our part of the world. In the tropics, it may be more difficult to figure out just what are the potential dominant trees of a mature forest. In the tropics, tree lifespans usually are not more than 100 years. Okay, planting pot-grown seedlings, well-developed root systems. You've already seen this from Professor Fujiwara. They're, of course, grown in a nursery. This may cost a little money, but this is necessary. Planting on a raised mound. The mounds may actually even be hillsides, fairly steep. Planting involves mixtures of a number of species planted densely. The dense plantation requires then that the trees have to strive upward for light. So it makes and it helps them grow upward more rapidly. And some of them, of course, die in the process, but you end up getting a closed forest canopy fairly quickly. And then, of course, mulching immediately after. The mulching is important because it keeps out weeds. It holds moisture in the soil, and so on. Okay, now let's go back to that first requirement, though, because that's the important one. Understanding the site potential. And this actually has 2 aspects. First off, do you even have a forest climate to deal with? Or is your place too dry? The climate has to have water over however long you expect the forest to live, you have to have a climate that provides water through precipitation, maybe some runoff water, groundwater if you have topography that provides extra water. But the water has to be available permanently. And although this, and as we say here, a Miyawaki forest is not a groundwater mining operation. You can't be pulling the water out faster than it's replenished, which might be the case in a dry climate. In Japan, of course, it's no problem to have plenty of water, but this may be a critical limitation in other parts of the world. Okay, now, second aspect here, what is the potential natural vegetation? And the trees in the climax trees are typically going to be tall, usually at least 20 meters and much more in the tropics. They have relatively long lifespans, usually more than 100 years. They have darker green leaves than most of the other trees because they have to grow in the shade in the understory. They have to be able to grow up. And darker green means they have a higher density of chlorophyll in the leaves. And so this permits them to grow in the understory. And these will then be the most shade-tolerant trees, the ones that can survive. And, of course, if you're planting and you don't know what the climax species are, don't guess. Make sure you've got a local ecologist who can tell you. Okay, over the course of succession, of course, we might think of things like this. Succession, let's see, where is it? No, it's this one. Okay, succession starts out maybe with not very much, and you get more and more eventually. The potential natural vegetation is what happens here at the end when you have trees that cannot be displaced by anything else, and they're going to be the most shade-tolerant ones. Okay, so each stage represents plants that colonize and persist under the current conditions, but they modify the conditions so that the next stage can move in, make conditions better. Each stage is generally followed by taller but more shade-tolerant trees. For example, here we've got pines, perhaps in our part of the world, my part, Eastern North America, as well as Japan. You've got pines that are very light demanding. Deciduous trees grow up under them because they don't require quite so much light. And then maybe you get evergreen broadleaf trees that can grow up even more shade tolerant under the deciduous trees. In Europe and Eastern North America, succession basically stops here because winter's too cold and it won't permit the evergreen broadleaf trees. But in Japan, you get this. Okay, the terminal stage then is composed of these most shade-tolerant species that cannot be replaced. Plant types over the course of forest development, I think all of you are kind of familiar with this. Early successional plants tend to be smaller. They grow very fast. They're more light demanding. They have fairly short lifespans, like weeds and some pioneer trees. But late succession, mature forests have larger plants, big trees. They grow more slowly. They have long lifespans. And they, as we say, I keep saying this, but they tend to be the most shade-tolerant species. And the Miyawaki approach then is go directly to these terminal stage species. Okay, why does the Miyawaki method work? Because local climax species are those best adapted. The dense plantation creates good conditions for growth. And again, these are the most shade tolerant. The key to the Miyawaki method, though, really is here the choice of the right species, the climax species, planting them first, and don't mix in too many other species. Just because you are planting native species, maybe lots of them, lots of different native species, that doesn't mean that you're going to produce a stable Miyawaki forest, because some of these native species will be more light demanding, they'll grow faster, and they'll disrupt the formation of a good permanent canopy. Why do plantations fail? Well, there are lots of reasons. Site couldn't be prepared, poor planting procedures, off-season mortality. This is, of course, a greater problem in deciduous forest areas. But the biggest problem why forests may fail, you didn't know the right species. Okay, hint. If you still have weeds after about 3 years, something's wrong. Because a Miyawaki forest should have created shady enough conditions after about 3 years that weeds can't come in. Weeds are very light demanding. They can't come in. And so if you've still got weeds after about 3 years, too much light is getting in. Your area might be too small. Light can come in from the side. You don't have a shady interior. You have the wrong species or such. Okay. Miyawaki method was developed, as we said, here in southern Japan in evergreen broadleaf forest areas. And you can see a kind of a natural evergreen broadleaf forest here. This is a laurel forest in Kyushu, the southernmost of the main islands of Japan. And here's a plantation site, one of the oldest of the Miyawaki plantations, 50 years old. And you can see it has a nice structure. It has a nice forest interior. It's looking very much like this natural forest. Miyawaki mini forests have become quite popular now. In fact, it's almost become a business. When I read your abstract, some of you, I almost felt like you were trying to sell something. Many of these mini forests, though, are done in areas that don't have an evergreen broadleaf forest potential, which means you've got a climate that's a bit more problematic. And, of course, some may be done without understanding entirely what the basis is for the long-term stability. But what happens, for example, in a plantation or in a climatic situation where the canopy would disappear every year in the winter or in a tropical dry season? How are your canopy trees going to keep their place in the canopy? Or what if the climate's too dry for a densely closed forest canopy? Or what if you have bad soil? Well, okay, in temperate deciduous forests, we call them summer green, as they say, the canopy kind of collapses every year. This is a beech forest in Germany in the winter. And so the canopy has to be recaptured every spring by these tall trees. You can't have faster growing trees coming in here that might disrupt the forest structure. This, of course, is the main forest type in Europe, Eastern North America, and the northern half of Japan. And so this can be a bit of a problem, especially in Europe, because in Europe, most of Europe, north of the Alps and Pyrenees, there's a relatively small number of potential climax canopy trees to choose from. Beech, several species of oak, and there are not very many others. There are actually a lot more pioneer trees or early successional tree species, and it's not a good idea to plant those. They may be more common, but again, they have short lifespans. They grow rapidly early, but that will create then a kind of an unstable canopy in the forest that's growing up. Okay, in the tropics, we have a different situation. In the tropics, you don't get classical succession. What you get is regeneration in canopy gaps. And so the canopy gap may be, I'm sorry, hit the wrong button. Let's see. There we go. The canopy gap may be colonized by forest species if the gap is small. If the gap is relatively large, it may get colonized by species from the outside. But either way, you've got a different sort of dynamic than you have in temperate forests. And so another thing that's different in the tropics, as we said, the lifespans of trees are only about 100 years. And another thing, species rarely replace themselves in a forest. If a tree dies, it's generally not replaced by another individual of the same species, because the seeds, the fruit, fall somewhere far away from the tree, and maybe those that fall closest to the tree are all in one place. The animals find those quickly and they eat all the seeds or fruit, but that tree is going to get replaced somewhere else. And so this is interesting. This provides a mechanism for diversity in tropical forests, but again, it's a little bit different situation. Initially, you may get a more mixed forest, but it becomes dominated eventually by the most shade-tolerant canopy trees. And of course, tropical soils are inherently not very good unless you're in a volcanic area. If you're in the humid tropics, the soil may be extremely deep, 10, 20, even 30 meters of weathered soil. Incredible. But incredibly nutrient poor because water's been going through it all the time. It's a wet environment. All the nutrients in the soil are water soluble, so they all get washed out, and you end up with extremely poor soil. That's kind of a paradox. How can you have a tropical rainforest, such a luxurious forest, on some of the world's worst soils? It's because the rainforest accumulates nutrients over long periods of time, slowly, and the nutrients are, in a tropical rainforest, the nutrients are mostly in the living part of the system, not in the soil. They're being cycled in the ecosystem. In tropics with a dry season, soils are generally not as deep. They're not quite as nutrient poor, but they're still not very good. These little pieces of rock that you see in there are actually pieces typically of a hard crust that had formed when the soil was in a wetter climate. That crust got, the soil got exposed to the sun, got dried out, broke up, and these pieces then got incorporated into the soil. But again, it's not a very good soil. Okay. All of these are complications outside of southern Japan, the situation that Miyawaki started with. And you can read some of the questions that may come up in Japan. Many of these questions have more or less been answered, but they remain important questions for these other situations where we're trying to build Miyawaki-type forests. And feedback is needed very much. Reports, data needed very much for these other situations because most of them are fairly new. We don't know much about them yet. And so the more information we can get fairly quickly, the better we can understand what the problems will be in developing Miyawaki-type forests in these other more difficult environmental situations. On the other hand, some questions may not become apparent immediately. It may take 50 years or more before you actually see what some of the problems are or see how they might be answered. And in Japan, we're just now really approaching the natural lifespans of some of the trees in these earliest plantations. This at the Oita Steelworks was planted in the 70s, so it's about 50 years old. And so we're just now approaching perhaps the point where some of these trees might die, and we're studying, these oldest forests now to understand what the problems will be in these later stages. And we're still thinking about how to scale up this to much larger areas. Professor Fujiwara showed you some plantations outside of Japan, up to 100 hectares, 150 hectares or more. But, of course, we'd like to get much larger than that in order to reclaim large areas of degraded land. The biggest obstacle, of course, is going to be the cost of site preparation, probably. Okay, in conclusion, plantation success depends mainly on three things. Correct identification of the potential climax tree species, the ability of these to grow up from saplings together, growing up more or less at the same speed, so that you create quickly a close forest canopy and maintain it as the forest grows up. And then, of course, shade tolerance of the climax species is really the kind of the scientific basis for why this works. Okay, 以上です。ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much, Professor Box. So the start oral session. Moderator is Professor Box. Please.
Okay, we have 4 presentations in this session, and As I'm told, each presenter gets 13 minutes plus maybe 2 for questions, if there is time remaining. So let's go ahead and start. The first speaker is Nicolas de Brabandère, who is going to talk about the evolution of Miyawaki Forest in Belgium.
My name is Nicolas. I'm a biologist by training. I'm very honored to be in front of you. I'm the founder of Urban Forest. It's a company based in Belgium, and we specialize in creating Miyawaki forests. We're a team of 5 people. I like to show this drawing because it really captures what a forest really is. It's difficult, we talk about forest all the time, but to have a picture that shows so well what it looks like, we can see the structure, we can see the different species. We guess there's a lot of interaction between the trees. So when I see that, I want to understand what a forest is, and if it's gone, is it possible to revive those forests? So what I notice is that there's a big demand of people to live in a greener environment, to be closer to nature, to have good living conditions. So the question is really, can we build back low maintenance native ecosystem? We can generate positive impact on the population and on biodiversity. What is the potential of the Miyawaki forest? So really first, does it work? How does it look like? Do people care? Is it possible that Miyawaki forests become common landscape solution? Can we avoid maintenance of green spaces? And perhaps more importantly, can we create jobs in restoration doing so? So this is the first experiment I did in Belgium. You can see the initial sites. And then I realized, there were many plants, many trees to plant. So I gathered a team of people. And you can see the forest a year later. I had lots of doubt at the time, wondering, will it work? And this is what it has become 6 years later. We've never seen such good growth in Europe ever before. It's quite amazing. It's so green, so lush. Sometimes you approach the forest, you see a bird flying off, you see insects, fungi popping up on the ground. So it's quite exciting. And even if it's small, it feels really, really good. This is an example for real estate, a project around Paris. This is an example in a public space where we turn a car park into an urban forest with people walking by every single day. This is another example in the public space. We also work with industries. And we work in private garden as well. So we really reach a wide range of stakeholders. We gain quite a lot of experience now. We've planted over 100 Miyawaki forests so far in Belgium, in France, in Germany, soon in Luxembourg as well. And we reach over 12,000 volunteers helping us planting the forests. We really operate within a certain context. First, the soil we work on are very degraded. Soil compaction is a big thing. There's very little biology in the soil, almost no oxygen. We usually work on very small plots of land, rather small, with people that have very high expectation of the results. And we mostly work in urban area and some. So what I learned through all these experiences is really good soil preparation is key. You have to know your soil, how it works. Species selection also is very important. Kazue and Elgene talk a lot about it. And maintenance is key for 2 or 3 years until it becomes self-sustaining. if you don't do any maintenance at all, it might go wrong. Tree selection is based on potential natural vegetation. It's a fascinating concept. It emerged in Germany in 1956. It represents the dominant vegetation of a particular site as if there is no human influence at all. It's constructed on remnants of past vegetation that we can still see today. You have to find it. It's different from actual vegetation. This is a challenge we have with forestry people. We're not talking about actual vegetation. We actually assess the deviation that we're seeing. And of course, I mean, that's also what's special about potential natural vegetation. We take account of the human impact. So getting all these experiences, we needed to gather data to, people ask numbers. So we selected 6 sites in Belgium, and we look at these sites very carefully. So the main thing we did is we did a 60 square meter quadrat, and we located every single tree, its position, a species name, growth, etc. We also look at the overall health of the forest with simple indicators. We look at the ground cover. We look at soil biology using a microscope. So we postulate that if the soil food web is present in the soil, everything will be fine. So we look at, from bacteria to fungi to protozoa, nematode, etc. If it's all there, it'll be fine. We also compare temperature inside and outside the forest. And I really like this indicator, water infiltration rate. If the water infiltrates rapidly in your soil is very good. It's a simple test to do, and you know all about your soil doing so. So we went out in the field and collected the data. And this is how we present our report. We use a lot of photographs to show the transformation to people. This is an example in the school. We also took photo inside the forest. We want people to be inside the forest with us to experience what it's like. So we took photo, how it is in front of us, how it looks above and on the ground. And this is what the profile look like. So on our quadrat, we can look at every single tree, how large the tree is. We also, the colors indicate the ground cover. And the profile is also from the side, so you can really see the structure of the forest, the position of every tree to one another. And we collected lots of data. You can do whatever you want with this data, but usually the most important is really mortality rates. You can compare perhaps the proportion of shrubs and trees, and see what differences we get in growth from shrubs to trees, etc. This is the study. I mean, we took samples inside the forest and right outside. And what we saw is that outside the forest, usually we see what I call a mineral desert. There's almost nothing in the soil. But when you look in a microscope at sample inside the forest, it's full of life. You see lots of microorganisms. So the transformation is extremely rapid. It's good news. We also monitor temperature, and we were surprised to see that there's so much temperature difference even between grassland and forest, and of course concrete. So you can, this picture really show the kids how they like to be closer to the forest where it's a bit cooler. I like to show the comparison of, like, every forest is different. These 2 forests are 4 years old, but you can clearly see how much different they are. This one is much denser. Even the ground cover is different. And there's a lot of things to learn when you observe this, especially this, the forest on the left is 6 years old, the one on the right is 4 years old, but you can see that growth is very different. The one on the left is much faster. So why is it so? Is it because of the soil? Is it because of wind differences or water retention? So, there's all the theory, but you have to be out there and experiment to learn more. The basic results, is really, if you look at on average, a 4 years old forest, what we have is a 24% mortality rate, which is quite low. And the average growth is 75 centimeters every single year in temperate climates. So, growth varies very much. Mortality rate also. And, in this forest, it's 34%, but it's in a school. And you can imagine all the kids playing around and damaging the forest. What we see also is that the growth rate in Belgium is higher than in the UK. And in Mediterranean climate, where we also operate, it's much slower. The overall forest is really good, even when we do it on degraded soil, and they're very resilient to drought. Of course, droughts slow down growth, but they can cope with the drought. Maintenance is limited. What I notice also is plant colonization on the forest floor is a slow process. It accelerates if there's an existing forest nearby, but it's something that takes time. I didn't see any stem collapse despite quick growth. People were wondering about this. Soil biology is significantly better in the forest. Water infiltration is 6 times quicker on average inside the forest compared to outside in just 4 years. So it shows how rapidly we can regenerate the soil. Temperature is much lower. People like those forests. They ask for more. It's quite challenging to monitor biodiversity. This is a complex indicator. We have people working on it, and we hope we'll improve that. And also, going through all this experience, potential natural vegetation is a difficult concept to grasp. It's fascinating, and we need to learn more about this. And last, this is a very new result I got from a scientist in a tech university in France. We did this forest 3 years ago, and he monitored traffic noise along the roads and inside the forest to see the difference. And it's quite amazing, how much the forest absorbs all the noise. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm told that there's no time for questions. But I just want to say, I think Nicolas is one of the people that I know so far who understands the Miyawaki method and some of its limitations the best. And so if you have questions, he's a good person to ask.
Thank you.
Okay, our next presentation is about Kenya, and it's got a long list of authors. I'm not going to recite them to you, but I'm happy to see that Samuel Kiboi is here. I hadn't seen him yet, but he is here. He's going to give the presentation on their work on forest restoration at, I think, 3 different places in Kenya, 1 some degraded areas, and a polluted site.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much. I'm honored to be here this morning to talk about the practice of Miyawaki Forest in Kenya. I have many slides, so you'll excuse me if I go a bit fast, but I'm lucky that Professor Fujiwara and Professor Box have already talked about some of the concepts. So these are some of the people who have been working, we have worked with in Kenya, and I think we already have a good background of this, but generally to restore vegetation to the previous state before disturbance, it's important to understand the climax vegetation structure and its composition, and therefore restoration with potential natural vegetation on climax vegetation types in the ecosystem of interest. So in Kenya, it is also referred to as species site matching. Yes, pointer. Yeah, species site matching. Although this may be a more broad suitability concept. So to obtain data on forest community composition in Kenya, we did a lot of relevant data in many forest types. In the Kenyan highlands and many other small islands, this is the high altitude areas, both in the south and northern Kenya. And then we analyze this data using the brown blanket method that you have already seen. So this is generally Africa, but Kenya has many forest islands in different areas, such as the northernmost areas, which are quite dry, and the central areas around Mount Kenya, which is the second largest mountain in Kenya. We also have the western region. We have Mount Elgon and also the Rift Valley, and also around Nairobi. So this is where most of the work has been going on. I'm lucky to have worked with some of the best people in this Miyawaki method itself, starting with Professor Miyawaki himself and Professor Fujiwara, who is very resilient. You've seen we have even worked with her when she was physically injured, sometimes in the night. And I'm really happy to have done a lot of work with her. Lots of classification work in these forests. The different areas and the typing the forest communities. And some of these are typically dry areas, dry forest areas, and altitudes ranging from 1,800 to 2,200 meters in northern Kenya. Mount Marsabit, that is the farthest region up in the north. These are islands of forest surrounded by very dry areas, and then around Nairobi with the species composition, and then eastern and central hills. And also western and central hills, Mount Elgon, I showed you in the west of Kenya, and then Kakamega Forest, which is one of the remnant tropical forests from the Congo Basin stretching now into Kenya. So this work was done over since 2005 to around 2018, actually. Probably it's not so important to still mention the species because they may be just unique to some of our regions, but you can see like Western Rift Valleys, unique species, Ocotea kenyensis, in Afro-mountain areas, Ocotea usambarensis, and so on. So the species, of course, they depend on the area that you are in. And we are able to type the forest, the forest communities in these forests in different areas. So now, once we got to know the kind of species that we expect in these communities, then we came to the application of the Miyawaki method. And one of the initial areas we did was in our campus at the University of Nairobi. Some of those areas were had a lot of impact on flooding and so on. So we had to do a bit of modification of the environment, like creating mounds. And you have already seen how, of course, you select the species. So I don't need to go through that. And then we did several areas around Nairobi, like a forest area called Gong Road Forest, where we did over 8,000 seedlings. In our campus, around 14,000 seedlings. In Karura Forest, which is an urban, I'd call it an urban forest, over 140,000 seedlings. And lastly, where close to Nairobi, we've been doing the phytoremediation work in this area called Kitengela Goat and Sheep Station, which we are currently doing. And currently, we have already done over 12,000 seedlings. Then there is the Mau Forest outside Nairobi. So in Kenya, we have done over 230,000 seedlings using Miyawaki forests. That's around Nairobi, Karura, University of Nairobi, and Gong Road forests. And I'll not go to the details of this, but generally from the maps, you can see how degradation has occurred over time, mainly due to urbanization and human encroachment. So, of course, the typing of the forests, a lot of effects, either through the human encroachment and also invasion by invasive species like Lantana camara around Karura Forest. Did I touch anything? It's not working. It's not moving. Okay, sorry. So the first thing, as you already saw, is about selection of species. You can see Professor Miyawaki, Professor Fujiwara, and this is in our campus. That was, I think, in 2012 when we started using our students and community members and even volunteers from Japan. We are lucky to have every year to have had a number of volunteers coming from Japan. Then we select the species from our data using the Miyawaki method, 3 individuals per square meter. And we also have the Kenya forestry method, which is more spaced out. The density is much lower, and therefore the closure of the canopy is much, much slower. This is about site preparation. You can have a lot of challenges, especially if when you have a lot of invasive species like Lantana camara in the open areas. And this is Gong Road Forest, initial planting in 2009. Within 2 years, we're having more than 2 meters of growth of some species. Still on land preparation, and of course, Professor Fujiwara also mentioned, it's important to use communities, school children, and everybody to participate and own the work. So this is still in Gong. You're seeing 2012, that's about 3-4 years later. They are almost 4 times our height, some of the trees. Still, this is in Gong Road Forest. About 5 years later or 7 years later, you can see time is going. So I'm going to you can just appreciate the slides as we move on. And this is, you already saw that from Professor Fujiwara in Gong, community, university students, different activities of planting. And this is in Mau. You already saw that image earlier on. And this is at the University of Nairobi. So this was 2018, just 6 years later. You can see the species, how high they are. This is one of the areas where we created a mound up there during plantation. And within about 4 years, these 4 years later, how big they are. So we have done that. And the growth summaries, they are more like what you have seen before. That some species, of course, will perform better than others. Some will perform better or worse in certain sites than others. And one of my key take-home message is that the environment where a species occur will determine its growth. So you may find that some species, either in slope areas, they are more well-drained, they are doing better than others in the flat sites or the flooded sites. So for phytoremediation, the concept we have been trying to use is the same, but mainly now we use the plants to sequester the chemicals. In Kenya, this is an area that the chemicals leaked from storage, and so the species selection criteria was a bit different because the area is a bit dry, not a bit dry, but quite dry. And one of our key approaches now to use those species that will be able to exist there, and well as those that can have a history of sequestering the chemicals. So site preparation, and then planting. We have been doing supplementary watering, and same method of high density species mix. And the results have been amazing because we just planted last December, but you can already see in the lower left corner, some are almost more than 2 meters in height already within a few months. So I can say we are very grateful for having been able to practice this method, and also now to try and see if you can use it in different applications. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, Tomoaki Yoshino, is going to tell us about restoration of both evergreen and deciduous forest types that means in both northern and southern Japan at shopping centers, which is a particular situation in Japan. There's been a lot of a plantation of Miyawaki-type forests and shopping centers. So please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tomoaki Yoshino. I will talk about restoration of temperate evergreen broad-leaved forest and temperate deciduous forest at shopping mall in Japanese archipelago, especially CO2 sequestration and biodiversity. ちょっと日本語で行きたいなというふうに思います。時間が限られておりますので、すいません。文章の方を読んでいただけるとありがたいです。私は横浜国立大学を2004年に修了いたしました。そしてその後2005年エスペックミック株式会社に入りまして、自然再生の仕事をしてきました。これは私で、これは私の娘たちです。My daughter. This is Miyawaki method plantation. SPEC MIC Corporation、SPEC MIC 株式会社は、植物工場、Environmental Control Plant Factory、データロガー、Hydroponics and Greening business depend on native species. Our company nursery、日本の在来種の苗を育てています。これは私たちの親会社 SPEC Corporation、SPEC 神戸 R&D Center。This is Miyawaki Method Forest。This is rooftop grassland making from native species. This is all native herbs. This is Miyawaki Method Forest. SPEC MIC 株式会社では水辺の再生もしています。We also make biotope, making pond and wetland.This is Professor Miyawaki. 20年ほど前ですね。これが植えた当時、それが20年経ちますとこのような森になります。これはイオンふるさとの森づくりの手順です。まずメイキングマウンドで、次にシードリングで、プリペアザプランティングセレモニー&メンテナンス。このようなことを、やってきています。植栽基盤作りをして、苗を準備して、で、イベントを運営して、その後のお手入れをさせていただく。このような形で、お手伝いをさせていただいております。この、調査なんですけれども、二酸化炭素の固定量と、生物多様性について、イオンの森づくりについて調べました。なぜこのようなことを私たちがしたいかと言いますと、森の機能、ファンクションをしっかりと調べて、で、日本の皆さんにしっかりと宮脇の森づくりの機能を理解してもらいたいと考えたからです。それと、この植生の機能を把握するときに、定量的、クァンティティブ、で、その後、社会にもこのような活動が広がるようにと考えて、この研究を行いました。この事例なんですけれども、ちょっときつく干ばつが入ってしています。これは正しく宮脇方式が理解されていないので、このようなことが起きてしまうんですけれども、ちゃんと定量的に評価することで、正しく育ててもらいたいなというふうに考えております。まず CO2 の固定量についてお話しさせていただきます。イオンの森づくりというのは日本各地で行われておりまして、1999年から今まで続いております。そして日本全国に800以上のお店があります。そうしますと、時間が非常に多様であることと場所が大きく分かれています。まずこの東北地方は日本では落葉紅葉樹林、ディスティオスフォレストエリアです。で、南の方はエバーグリーンフォレストエリアです。 ですので、この2つを分けて、調査をすることにしました。また、時期が1991年からありますので、5年を一区切りとして、そこのところでそれぞれ4店舗ずつ、店舗を選んで、調査を行いました。調査の内訳はこのような形になっておりまして、それぞれのお店に行きまして、20平方メートル、20スクエアメーターズのプロットを作りまして、そこで、高さと太さと種類、それを調べました。調査は高さと太さから乾燥重量を求めました。で、その乾燥重量は幹と枝と葉っぱ、それぞれを足し合わせて、炭素量に置き換えて CO2 の固定量を求めています。これがイオンの CO2 の固定量の結果です。これが通常の植栽ですけれども、このような形で非常に多い CO2 の固定量となっています。日本の日林オークフォレストですけれども、そこのところよりも短い期間でより多くの二酸化炭素を固定していることがわかります。これは日本の人工林サイプレスフォレストですけれども、それよりも非常に多い結果になっております。代表的な事例です。これは青森県のイオンモール下田ですけれども、23年で 99.8kg パースクエアメーターで、こちらは愛知県の小牧ですけれども、21年が経ったところで 98.5kg パースクエアメーターとなっております。これ具体的に比較しますと、若い15年生のコナラ林、そこのところは1平方メートルあたり 0.9 本、1本あたり60キロですけれども、二次林に関しましては1平方メートルあたり非常に少ない 0.04 本、1本あたりは 627kg というふうになっておりますけれども、単位面積あたりで比較しますと、日本の二次林の方は1平方メートルあたり 27.9。一方で、宮脇メソッドの森につきましては1平方メートルあたり 54.9 ということで、非常に多く CO2 を固定していることがわかります。次に生物多様性です。特に鳥、バードについて調べました。これは日本全国8店舗調査を行いました。調査をしたのは鳥が冬を越す10月から12月と繁殖をしている4月から6月2シーズン調査を行いました。調査ですけれども、これが宮脇方式で植樹したエリア、宮脇メソッドエリアです。で、こちらがレジデンシャルエリア。ここの2つを比較するように調査ルートを組みました。1回で1、2、3週ぐらい調査をしました。これは調査をしたのは早朝から調査をしています。夜明けから調査をしています。その結果なんですけれども、この緑色、グリーンバーがイオン、宮脇メソッドフォレストです。で、この黄色、イエローバーがレジデンシャルエリア。そうしていきますと、この緑色、宮脇メソッドのところに鳥が多く集まっていることがわかります。その鳥はどういうものかというと、これは日本名でヒヨドリ、ブラウンイヤードブルブル。これは森林性の鳥類です。フォレストを好む鳥ですね。その他、メジロ、ジャパニーズホワイトアイなどが非常に多く来ていることがわかります。これが、ヒヨドリの比較ですけれども、宮脇メソッドエリアにヒヨドリがたくさん来ている。これを宮脇メソッドエリアにヒヨドリがたくさん来ている。森を作ったからここに集まってくる。そういうのが示されています。イオンエリアが14。それに対してレジデンシャルエリアが4。こちらは21に対して5。このような明確な差が得られています。他の事例も示します。ここのところもイオンエリア25に対して住宅地8。 こちらは目白ですけれども、イオンエリアが42に対して11と、森を再生したことにより、鳥がたくさんやってくる。そういうことが分かりました。結論です。二酸化炭素の固定量につきましては、イオンふるさとの森づくり、宮脇方式の森というのはとても多く、CO2 を固定しています。twice、2倍、CO2 を固定している。それが15年生の樹林であっても、60年生の森よりも2倍多く、CO2 を固定しているということが分かりました。生物多様性につきましては、このイオンふるさとの森づくりというのは3倍から4倍多くのフォーレストバードが訪問しているということが明らかとなりました。はい、以上となります。ありがとうございました。
Okay. Our last speaker in this session is from Thailand, and this shows maybe the breadth of some of the applications of Miyawaki plantations. Our last presenter, Parnchanok Nimthapthim, is going to tell us about royal bees in Thailand and how this is used as a sort of educational tool in schools. Okay. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Today, my presentation, the study of royal bee in the Miyawaki Forest for student-based learning at the Forestier Project, Samut Prakan Province, Thailand. The objective of study is to habitat and environmental for royal bees, food storage, living with the royal bee. Today, my content is background of the Forestier Project, the characteristic and habitat of the royal bee, food resource, understanding of living with the royal bee, and conclusion. So, welcome to the Forestier Project. The application for Miyawaki method. The Forestier Project is located at Samut Prakan Province, Thailand. It is residential development at integrated living space with the forest. Living residents to live close to nature. The project covers 63 hectares of green space, focusing to use native plant species and Miyawaki method for planting. The Miyawaki forest is also used ecological restoration and enhancing biodiversity in the area, allowing human interaction and use under the slogan for all well-being. This picture shows first year we grow the plant from Miyawaki method, and this picture after development 3 to 4 years old. We grown the plant more than 200,000 plants and more than 300 species in the project. The royal bee is the largest of the 4 bee species in Thailand. Its honeycomb can host 10,000 or 80,000 bees per hive, sometimes reaching up to 2 meters in width. These bees prefer open shade area and can become aggressive when disturbed, swarming and stinging in the large number. Their honeycomb are found high in trees within nature forests, and they cannot be farmed. Conservation important to key role in the pollination. And now we know the bee population are declining dramatically Kuria. Why the royal bee in the forest here with Miyawaki method? First, various types of native species are plants that are food source for the royal bee. No pesticides are used in this project and in the forest. No noise pollution and no chemical contaminate in the air and water. Miyawaki method is support safe and undisturbed habitat for royal bee. Okay. The location of royal bee hive at the forestier project. You can see this picture first. At the forestier, we have undisturbed 6 hives of royal bee undisturbed across location within the Miyawaki forest. Our forest area divided into 4 zones. First, magnolia and evergreen. Second, edible zone. Third, fragrance zone and deforest zone. Currently, we have found 4 beehives in the magnolia and evergreen. This zone, like this, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 2 more hives in the edible zone. This hive. Oh, sorry, this and this. The royal bee typically build their hives elevated locations such as lofty rocky outcrop or cliffs is protect themselves from predators. Within the forest area, we observe that the royal bee have built their hive averaging height ranging from 2.19 this and to 6.8. This is higher more than above the ground. The size of higher also dependent on the age of the height. The height observed in the forest have distinctive semicircular, same like that. And hanging down the tree from branches and yes, you can see this me is work. Okay, and next you can see this side and this year from the forest here. Our first behind we discover in the forest was in 2-year-old. This first behind we found. Located on the Xanthophyllum tree, genus known for its seriously and ability grow in the tropical environmental. In the most recent hive we found at Abysia. This final we found in the forest here now. And this plant, a fast-growing species in the prey. Important is nut tree and nitrogen fixation within the ecology system. Okay, and next, this picture shows the plant species as safe as food source for royal bee in the Miyawaki forest at the forest here. The bee can, species, plant species such as Cichalaxilum, Caesopenia, and Mithagina, and it's more than here. I can take picture that. Okay, this provide both nectar and pollination for the bees. And now for knowledge and understanding of living with the royal bee. First, habitat and food source of royal bee, behavior of honeybee, cause of royal bee hive breaking, and four, precaution to avoid sting for honeybee, and final, how to respond if stung by bee. Conclusion. The research can conclusion that Miyawaki method is a great habitat for royal bee. Miyawaki Forest can be a place to learn about design. The study have experience with the royal bee in the city. The quality of environment must be protected. Thank you for your attention.
それでは、発表させていただきます。My name is Susumu Hikami, and I am a executive instructor at Yamada Bee Farm. Our company is being in northern Okayama Prefecture, Japan. We manufacture and sell over 200 types of products, including royal jelly, propolis, various honey products, and cosmetics containing honey bee products. Our philosophy is the harmony between the natural environment and human society, which we learned from honey bee. And we are also engaged in social contribution activities such as educational support and nature conservation. Our company originated from beekeeping, an agricultural industry that cannot exist without a rich natural environment. That is why we have a mission to protect the natural environment. And we believe that the revival of the original natural vegetation of the land, as advocated by Professor Akira Miyawaki, and the creation of hometown forests are the most important things to save this planet. Our tree planting activity date back to 1998, when our company president Hideo Yamada visited Nepal for the Asia Beekeeping Conference. He learned that forests throughout Nepal were being cut down in large quantities for Everest hikers, and that this was causing large-scale landslides. As a result, in 1999, we began our first tree planting activities in Nepal. Have continued to do so ever since. This is the change over time of the seedling planted on the ground of Chang Narayan Temple, a World Heritage Site. The site where the trees were planted in 2014 now has a forest over 10 meters high. Following Nepal, we conducted the vegetation survey in northern China, where desertification is progressing in collaboration with Yokohama National University. And we have been activity planting tree since 24 in China. We have planted a tree in the Inner Mongolia region, 5ST, Unfu City and Shokan City and Kunming City with deserted area of Inner Mongolia are said to be difficult places for forest regeneration due to the effect of dryness and being buried in sand. Even in such place, seedling took root, and we succeeded in creating a forest. In 1909, a nursery was established adjacent to the planting site. The local people felt the need to continue to create forests themselves, and they are working on it on their own. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite our next presenter, Motoharu Nochi, who's going to talk about community engagement and social impacts in Jordan.
So my name is Nochi. I'm originally from Japan, but living in Jordan. We have been implementing the Miyawaki Forest since 2018. I would like to also express my gratitude for Dr.Muralee, G20, Nikkawa-san, Director General, Marine Project, and everyone, all the staff and volunteers who made this happen. I know you guys spend so much time, so stressed out. Thank you. So I'm going to talk about what we do and why we do in Jordan. Simply what we do is 4 things. First, we make forests. We also focus on saving endangered trees and shrubs. And second, we also start seed harvesting, growing native saplings. That's very important. And third, I think I have to mention, most importantly, we focus on people aspect. Some people call it capacity building or knowledge transfer, but basically we work with people, make sure we don't outsource. We design, we supervise, we implement, we maintain everything with people. And lastly, more academically, definitely we focus on research and data analysis. Okay. So for the past, I'm going to read straight. Background, Middleization is a Japan-registered social enterprise building urban resilience through reviving ecosystems and empowering communities through, what does it say? Sharing hands-on experience. We pride ourselves on being the first organization introducing the Miyawaki method to the Arab world, creating environmental and social impact, and bridging the cross-cultural knowledge exchange between Japan and the Arab world. So yes, we focus on, as she said, we focus on community engagement and social impact. Ooh, already? Okay, so direct impact. So far we have made 8 urban forests, what is it, 10,000, more than 10,000 endangered species planted, over 3,000 square land reforested, 2,000 plus people joined forest planting, 500 plus people officially trained, and then 600,000 USD being budgeted. All right, so importantly, we make sure focus on P&V survey. Many of you perhaps first time heard about this word, potential natural vegetation. This is the base of Miyawaki Forest. Yes, we have learned Miyawaki Forest 1, 2, 3, but why 1, 2, 3? Possible because there was 0. What is 0? This is step 0, P&V survey. And then we also make sure I work on knowledge transfer by lecturing to kids, to adults, to students. As we said, we together with the volunteers, we go seed harvesting from the wild where we start making saplings. And then we partner up with nursery, produce high quality saplings, focusing on native species. then definitely we work with people creating forests. We intend to make forest planting event as workshop style. Originally, I learned in Japan they use forest planting festival, but in our culture in Jordan, we figured workshop fits better. And then here we spent some time on growth monitoring, where we found so many interesting results. Some species grow fast and then later slow down. Some species first so quiet and later on goes up. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite our next speaker up, Vito Emanuele Cambria with Virginia Chiara Cucuro, who is going to be testing the Miyawaki method in Mediterranean urban areas in Italy through a standardized experimental design. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vito Emanuele Cambria. I come from Sicily, which is the largest island right in the Mediterranean Sea. So I'm here and experiencing the same things that I experienced in Sicily. A lot of volcano, fantastic food, and a lot of old people. So I feel at home. I then moved in Rome, the capital of Italy, to study vegetation science, studying the big masters in this science topic, which is Pignatti and Tuxten and Brown-Blanquet. So time passes fast, and now we are in the era of habitat restoration, which is a worldwide challenge. So it's time for applied vegetation science. So we need data. This is a very important issue. So everything I study in my academic careers then becomes something that I experience in my professional careers. I'm an habitat restoration technician, and I recently started these activities with my colleagues in my university. Why? Because we need to know how is this forest growing. We don't know that much on secondary forest. Everyone are facing the challenging of many different issues, and we are just putting in the field empirical methods. We don't need to do that much empirical because there is a lot of theories that has to be put in ground. So to get data and try to anticipate those challenges that are in front of us. So we don't have that longer pristine forest habitats. We just have secondary forest. So everything we should do is to see how they behave. So in this experimental approach, which is applied in a neglected environmental patterns for Miyawaki Forest, which is the urban areas of Mediterranean cities, we are actually implementing replicates, so 20 per 10 meter plots, in which we actually are collecting data to handle and assess how the species are selecting the best suitable assemblages due to species interspecific competition. So everything we do is to put everything in a controlled way. So in this rectangular plot, we have a control site and a treatment site in which we test some practices that might be mulching, that might be irrigation, that might be different soil depth, and the other one, we do nothing. So it's a way to control and treat and check which is the effect of one plot to the other. So I won't go too much in detail of the types of preparation site treatments we did, because there is the poster there. I would be happy to further discuss with you this. But our aim is to increase the number of replicates, because in this kind of experiments, you introduce a lot of biases. So in order to mitigate the experimental errors, we need to increase the number of replicates. So I'm super welcoming some of you that work in similar environment, which are not much, and Dr.Elgene Box says that is another challenge is beyond the temperate or semi-arid Mediterranean ecosystem that we should target, please come with us and talk with us. There is also the papers that we published, so there is the QR code. Please do it. Thank you.
I'd like to invite our next speakers up, Jackie Shallcross and Louise Woodfoy, who are going to be discussing urban tree establishment trials, cost effectiveness of the Miyawaki method in UK local authority settings.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Jackie Shallcross. I work for the Tree Council. We are a UK-based tree charity working together for the love of trees. We do a lot of partnership working, and so for this project, we've partnered with 5 local authorities in the UK to look at the cost effectiveness of planting trees in non-woodland settings. The report for our project is available online at the moment. It's available now. You can find it via the QR code on our poster. Local authorities in the UK find it difficult to plant trees and establish them well in urban settings. It can be expensive, and often the trees die or are vandalised and therefore need to be replaced, which is therefore an additional cost. So we have tested a Miyawaki method style of planting to see if it can be more cost effective than the conventional methods. And Louise here, who will introduce herself, will tell you a bit about more what we did.
Hi everyone, my name's Louise and I'm from Kent County Council, which is one of the local authorities that's participating in these trials. So what we did is we planted 16 comparison plots, similar to the ones pictured up there, and they're spread across Cornwall, Kent, Shropshire and Norfolk and Chichester local authority areas. So planting started in 2021 and in 2022, and each plot is split into 2 sections separated with a 3-metre gap. So we have a Miyawaki section and then we have a control, which is standard local authority practice planting. So it's what you'd usually see in your local authority parks. So we survey these plots yearly, we collect data on survival, cause of mortality, soil nitrogen and carbon content, community feedback and wider biodiversity, and the sites include parks, schools, college grounds, industrial sites and playing fields. And so far our analysis to date has found that on average our Miyawaki style plots have had a survival of 79% compared to an average survival of 45% in the control plots, and that's a difference of 30%. There's also less cost variability per surviving tree in the Miyawaki plots, with more reliable results. And the trees in the Miyawaki are much taller. There's twice as much additional biodiversity, and they have suffered far less vandalism because they're much harder to penetrate. And you can see some pictures at the bottom there. So the control is on the left and the Miyawaki is on the right, and that's after 3 years of growth.
So in conclusion, the higher survival rates seems to translate into a lower cost per tree, which suggests that it could be a reliable and cost-effective way of establishing trees in urban settings. Thank you.
Right, I'd like to invite Hanyu Qi, who's going to be discussing reviving nature in the urban landscape, exploring the power of Miyawaki Forest on urban landscapes in the UK.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hanyu, originally from China. Now I study in the UK. I'm from the Department of Landscape Architecture at the University of Sheffield. And today I'm presenting my research on exploring the power of the Miyawaki Forest method on urban landscape in the UK. So we know climate change poses unprecedented challenges globally, especially in urban areas where over half the population resides. Forests are vital in addressing these challenges, and the Miyawaki method has emerged as a promising approach for afforestation and reforestation. While it has seen success in Japan, obviously, and in India and also other countries, its application in the UK is still underexplored. And my research seeks to fill this gap by exploring how UK professionals perceive the suitability and the impact of the Miyawaki method. And I conducted a survey with 112 professionals to understand their perceptions of the application of Miyawaki method in the UK. Let me share some key findings, which is showed on the screen. Awareness and the involvement with the Miyawaki method in the UK are low. Most professionals have limited familiarities, and few have direct experience. You can see maybe it's a bit too small, but you can see this is the familiarity and this is the involvement. So it's still quite low in the UK. Only 25% of them have been involved, and which highlights is the early stage of implementation of the Miyawaki method in the UK. And despite this, support for the method is strong in the UK, and you can see the overall support rate is about 7.3 out of 10, recognizing its potential to enhance biodiversity, mitigate climate change, and engage local community. Also, the strategic side is crucial. Parks, schools, and also river corridors were considered the most suitable location for Miyawaki-style forests in the UK, and a residential area were viewed as the least appropriate. Concerns were raised about the method dense planting style, which you can see on this bit. So it could limit ground flora diversity due to the shading, and there were questions about its broader ecological benefits, such as promoting invertebrate diversity. This points to the need for more research specific to the UK context. And the last one is about the species selection, was a major discussion point in the UK, where professionals favored using native species to support local biodiversity and reduce biosecurity risks. Many recognize that non-native species may be needed to adapt to the climate change. So after obtaining information on climate change, we found the professionals' perceptions on the native tree species decreased from 76 to 71, and the non-native percentage increased from 24 to 29. And in conclusion, the Miyawaki method presents a powerful opportunity to restore nature in urban landscape. By creating dense, biodiverse forests, we can combat the effect of global warming and enhance urban biodiversity, making our city more resilient and livable for the future. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to invite our next speaker up, Mauricio Camacho Suarez and Irma Sitompul, who will discuss our attempt to connect Bali's youth with their traditional ecological knowledge in Nikkawa.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mo, and I want to start by telling you a story. Not long ago, I was out in the forest collecting seeds when an old Balinese grandpa approached me very excitedly and said, "Oh, are you going to eat those?" And I was like, "I can eat these?" And he was like, "No, don't eat them like that. You're going to get diarrhea." And so I spit them out, and then we both laughed, and then he went on to explain to me how to process these seeds in order to eat them safely. So in Bali, this traditional ecological knowledge is still very alive and present. I would say that anyone over the age of 40 still remembers the teachings of their grandparents, who lived under a philosophy that allowed them to live in harmony with nature, in harmony with the gods, and in harmony with other human beings. But all of that is in danger of being lost because the younger generations are no longer interested in learning from the past. Bali's popularity has brought an obsession for rapid development. It's not crazy to say that every day there is a new mall, a new restaurant, a new hotel, and all this construction is actually destroying the beautiful culture and the beautiful nature that actually made Bali popular in the first place. And so Bali's being covered in concrete, and it's not crazy to say that the youth now much rather buy their nuts at 7-Eleven than to go to the forest and learn from their elders. And not all is sad and depressing. There is still some good news. Thankfully, this change in Bali is still very recent. And so the opportunity to change perspective is still very much up for the grabs. And so this is why we have created a program called Jungle for Schools, where it's very simple. We try to find schools that have the space and the desire for a forest, and then we find organizations that have the money and the desire to sponsor a forest. And so we put 2 and 2 together, and very easily we plant a forest in a school. So far, we have planted 1 forest in a school with 3 different sponsors, and just the day before coming, we planted another forest in another school. But we were really worried that these forests would just become part of the green area of the school, that nobody would pay attention to. We wanted students to interact with the forest on a daily basis and create a relationship that was meaningful and very strong. And so I partnered with Pratisarabhumi Foundation, which is an organization that teaches sustainable development through the lens of indigenous wisdom. And I asked them, what can we do? And so we're working right now on creating a curriculum for teacher development, for teacher training. So we want to train teachers to learn how to use the forest as an educational tool that they can use every day in their regular lessons. But not just in the academic way of using technology and science, but in a way that they can incorporate this traditional ecological knowledge in their everyday lessons. And all this with the hope that we can create future land stewards that take Bali's development in a direction that is more in line and in tune with their ancestors and the roots that they have put on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Sarah Mush, who's going to discuss New Miyawaki Forest in Saudi Arabia.
Konnichiwa. My name is Sarah, but I'm liking Sarah-san better. I'm a landscape architect with Atkins Realis, and I'm based in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. So I'm going to take you through this project that my team and I have been working on for the past year. It's a mega project said to be the new downtown of Riyadh, which is the capital of Saudi Arabia. Now, unlike the projects that we've been seeing today, this is still a master plan and a conceptual phase. So a lot of hardships are waiting for us. So just to give you, a brief about this project, like I have 4 minutes, I guess. I'm gonna try to do that. So we're trying, we're integrating the 15-minute city principles in this new downtown. I don't want to call it a city. And the whole approach really revolves around having a life-centric design solution, acknowledging the significance of creating spaces that prioritize the needs and experiences of the community and all living things. So just so you guys understand a little bit the scale, there will be like total number of trees in the public realm, so that excludes on plot, around 260,000 trees. We have more than 60 dedicated habitat areas to support biodiversity. The area of the public realm is around 3 million meters square. That excludes the streets. We have 200,000 meter cube flood attenuation within the streets and open spaces. We have 150 kilometer dedicated cycling and mobility route and 11 kilometer mobility loop circulating, which is dedicated for pedestrians and cyclists. So when it comes to Miyawaki, we are introducing obviously Miyawaki into this downtown. So the area that we are suggesting is around 460,000 meters square, which it constitutes 11% of the development. And so that's basically around 140,000 trees. 59% of the total number of trees within the whole development is native to KSA, and 35% of the trees So 59 is from the total number, and from the list of species, 35% are native. So beside the public realm, we're suggesting, to implement them in schools. So we have 24 schools. The GFA is around 760,000 meters square. We have 67 kindergartens, 120,600 meters square. And in our guidelines, we're suggesting that 10 to 20% of the open spaces to be planted Miyawaki. That will be implemented obviously later in the later stages. Now, really very fast, I'm going to go through our methodology. We created ecological corridors with our biodiversity partners, BioC from Singapore. And, we worked on different, we cater for different animals, creating, different habitats for different activities. We studied and we came up with a habitat net gain assessment. And so we're expecting, we're trying to build, a community which is a better community, let's put it that way, where it's safe for all living things. And that's it. Arigato sugaimasu.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite our final speaker for this poster session, Masahiro Nakamura and Luichiro Kumazawa, who are going to be discussing the Hokkaido 1,000-year forest project in Japan.
How do you do? I am Nakamura, the chairman of the Hokkaido Miyawaki Forest Project. And
hello, my name is Yuichiro Kumazawa. My job is dentist. Normally, I plant dental implant, extraction teeth. Sometimes plant trees. I support my chairman.
Why have we been able to continue the Hokkaido Miyawaki Forest Project until today? For 18 years, 3 points. Split human money. 1 point. Mr. Miyawaki said me when I met, "Are you serious?" お尻が I had the earth is dangerous. What should I do? I can save the earth from a cone. In that case, I can do it too. I can leave a beautiful earth for my children and my grandchildren. Point 2. People. Easy, fast, convenient. Can make many people participate. Various people, from scholars to merchants. By the way, I am sushi chef. Very famous sushi. From adults to children, various religions. Every country, no racism. Don't create borders. Easy. Left-handed thought that can save the earth from acorns. First, a forest that takes 300 years can be built in 30 years. Convenient. Double the production of oxygen and the absorption of carbon dioxide. Good force. and money. 3 point, it doesn't cost money, but even so, it costs 1,000 yen per bottle. The world richest people are spending a lot of money trying to get out of the world. However, if the money is spent on the creation of forests and the Miyawaki method that regenerates the earth, if the head of state of the country that is trying to solve the problem sought through war realize the Miyawaki method, he can safely leave the beauty and peace of the earth to the children and grandchildren. This symposium is the starting point for creating beauty and peace on earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next session is a panel discussion 1. The chair is Professor Fujiwara. So please take stage.
Okay. Now we move to panel discussion 1. The science exploring ecological benefits, biodiversity, restoration, and long-term sustainability. So first presenter is Greg Copeland. Okay.
Good afternoon again, everyone. That was quick. So I'm going to be discussing today the application of the Miyawaki method to an endangered plant community in the southwest of Australia. So I'm based in southwest of Australia, in Perth. Perth is in a biodiversity hotspot. This isn't a good thing. Often people think it is, but it's not. It means it's a really biodiverse area, but it's under threat. And the entire southwest region is a remarkable area because we have over 9,000 different species of plants in that region. All right, before I start, I'd just like to acknowledge that the land on which I conduct my research and in which I live is the land of the Whadjuk Noongar people. They are people who have lived on that land for 60,000 years, and that land has never been ceded. And I pay my respects to elders past and present. But, yes, they're an amazing, amazing culture and this incredible source of knowledge. They're incredible people. So I'm going to start with something a little bit depressing, but I promise it does get better. In the southwest, in Perth, we're breaking all sorts of records that should never be broken. We have had the hottest summers over the last few years on record, over 120 years of climate records. And from October to April this year, over last year and this year, we had the driest 6 months on record. So it's just very disturbing. And in April this year, we had the highest number of days over 25 degrees C. So that's the context for the next slide, which is this. We're experiencing major loss in canopy cover in the southwest. So this was taken by my colleague, Joe Fontaine from Murdoch University. He's been documenting the loss of our precious canopy in the southwest. And that's not just restricted to the country areas, it's also being experienced in the city. So this is Banksia sessilis. So Banksia is part of our precious Banksia community in the southwest. And this is in a site that's just outside of school where I conducted one of my species surveys. So it's very sad. And that, as I mentioned, is part of our precious Banksia woodland. So Banksia woodland is an endangered ecological community. It covers the entire Swan coastal plain, which is where Perth is situated. And we've experienced huge loss of this precious woodland due to land clearance and now due to climate change. The really sad thing about the Banksia woodland is that it does not regenerate naturally. So it doesn't have a successional stage. Once it is lost, it is gone. So when you restore that community, you have to replace the entire community. And this is where I'm trying to do some work. So I run the Miyawaki Forest Research and Outreach Program from Murdoch University. My program has two particular sides. It has the research program, which is what I'm going to be discussing today, where I'm assessing how to apply the Miyawaki method to Australia's strange and crazy plant species, and measuring how well these forests can survive and grow. And then I have the outreach program, where I take this Miyawaki forest into schools via a dedicated citizen science program, where the children develop the soil profile, they plant their forest, and then we monitor it as the forest grows. And that's our UNESCO Green Citizens Listed program, and was a finalist in the Australian Museum Eureka Awards last year. So I think we all know what this is. No need for this slide. But these are the locations of the forest within the Swan Coastal Plain. So all that area on the coast there is Perth. Perth has the really terrible distinction of being the longest capital city in the world, the longest city in the world. It's 160 kilometres long from north to south. And of course, that's come at the huge expense of our precious Banksia woodland. So within that area, all those little dots there are where the forests are located. And each and every forest have to have its own botanical survey, because the biodiversity in that region is so high that it changes within a few kilometres. And most of the forests that are planted as part of this are funded by Carbon Positive Australia. And there's one with Sugi. So there's 13 schools that are participating, one forest in collaboration with the Education Department, and one regional forest as well. And the kids, this is the kids building their forest. So as you know, we don't have a mound because we're planting in sand. So we have very, very good drainage. Very good. And these are all the benefits that you can see from planting the forest. Kids getting their hands dirty and getting stuck in. And this is the forest site of the Education Department before we put it in. And this is 23 months later. So it's a very different forest structure from what I'm sure you're used to. So I'm just giving you an example, a very quick example of some of the research to date. So this is from the first forest that was planted in the program. It was the first Miyawaki forest in Western Australia and the first at a school in Australia. 100 metres squared, 350 plants from 26 locally native species. And the botanical survey for that forest was conducted at a remnant bushland area 1 kilometre from the school. So I'm just going to give you a really quick run through of some of the aspects of my research. We planted the forest, obviously, but then we planted a control plot outside the forest as well. And this what I'm going to run through now is just some of the results from 12 plant species. And there were 4 replicate species inside the forest that we monitored and 4 replicates outside. So basically, inside the forest, Miyawaki method, outside the forest, traditional planting methodologies, but both receive equal amounts of water, which is extremely important in such a dry place. And we're looking at all the standard things: plant survivorship, height, and basal stem diameter. So this is how the forest looked after a few years of growth. So you can see it's a very different system to, I'm sure, what you're used to, but very rapid growth nonetheless. And this is the aerial view of the forest at 1 month, 10 months, and 22. So you can see it's infilling very quickly. And these are some of the survivorship growth. So what you can see here, the dark green line is the forest overall, so every single plant in the forest. The pale green is the monitoring plants, and the brown is the control plants outside. And what we're seeing at the end of 3 years is we're sitting around 80% for the plants inside the forest and around 60% for the plants outside. So testament to how well it's working. And this is a growth comparison of one of the species in the forest, Laudonia hakatiana. So it's a small tree. And you can see the green line is the forest plants and the brown line of the control. So significant differences in growth in terms of height and in terms of basal stem diameter. And that's the same with an acacia species as well. So the green line is the inside the forest and the brown line outside. And we also conducted biodiversity surveys inside the forest, outside the forest in the grassed area, and in the bushland that's remnant of the school. So we did 3 different sites, so a 2.5-year-old forest, a 1.5, and a 6 month. But I'm just going to show you the results from the 2.5-year-old forest at present. So there were pitfall traps, there were dry traps because we couldn't use ethanol in the school in case the kids got hold of it. But these are the outcomes. So what we're seeing here is significantly higher abundance and diversity of skinks inside the forest compared to the remnant bushland. And we didn't trap any skinks in the grass area. So that's pretty impressive. The skinks, of course, are nice predators. And if we're looking at the ground-dwelling invertebrates, the bushland area was dominated by ants, particularly ants from the metallic groups, and they are an indicator of a disturbed habitat. So it's very interesting to see that the bushland, which is remnant, was considered almost a disturbed habitat through the presence of the ants compared to the forest being only 2.5 years old, which is quite impressive. And if you look at all the other invertebrates, you can actually see that the forest, even though it's only 2.5 years old, is actually performing almost comparable with the bushland, and we expect that to improve as the forest ages. And this is the composition as well. This is the composition. So you can see the bush obviously heavily dominated by insects, which are the ants, whereas the forest has a more diverse composition, which is very interesting and bodes well for the future biodiversity in the forest. So overall, basically, we can see that the skink abundance and diversity is significantly higher in the forest. The invertebrate abundance is greater in the bush, but we probably expect that to improve as the forest grows. And what this all indicates is that the Miyawaki method is actually potentially a really good way of helping to restore an endangered plant community. If we can plant enough pockets of these little Miyawaki forests, which are comprised of Banksia woodlands across our urban landscape, we can help to preserve and restore some of this really critical and important species.
の discussion. Second one is Kaoru Takano, The Miyawaki Forest by Sango, Japan.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kaoru Takano at Sango Corporation. I will explain about Sango creates a forest and creating a society in harmony with nature. Excuse me, I speak Japanese, so sorry. よろしくお願いします。株式会社サンゴは愛知県名古屋に、本社を置く自動車部品メーカーです。
Sango Company is an automobile parts maker that is based in Nagoya City of Aichi Prefecture.
創業は1928年、従業員数は約8500人ほど。主要製品は車のマフラー、マフラーなどの排気システム、ボディ部品を製造する会社です。
Sango was founded in 1928 and it has about 8,500 employees. The main products that Sango makes are mufflers and exhaust pipes and vehicle body products.
サンゴの森づくりの活動は基本理念に基づいております。
The forest making activities of Sango are based on our basic principles.
人づくり、物づくり、環境づくりの3本柱。環境づくりの、最初に始めたものづくりです。
There are three pillars, which are human resources development, manufacturing, and environmental creation. And for environmental creation, we began to make forests.
そのサンゴの森づくりの誕生がこちらです。
This is the birth of a Sango forest.
先々代の社長の常川が、森づくりのビデオを拝見し、その熱意に非常に、感銘を受けまして、先生の研究室を訪ねました。
Our former president, Mr. Tsunekawa, saw a video of Professor Miyawaki making forests, and he was deeply moved by his enthusiasm, and he visited Professor Miyawaki's office.
先生はその後すぐに、名古屋にいらっしゃいました。調査が始まりました。
Soon after, he visited Professor Miyawaki. Professor Miyawaki went to Nagoya and started researching the vegetation there.
の右の写真は、産後の役員、宮脇先生が、熱田神宮の森を調査している様子です。
The photo on the right side is one of the board members of Sango and Professor Miyawaki researching the shrine forest of Atsuta Jingu Shrine.
産後では、まず、旧名古屋工場にて森づくりをしました。
Sango first discussed making a forest at their former Nagoya plant.
この写真は、工場跡地を更地にした様子です。
This is the site where their factory used to be, and the land has been cleared.
マウンドを作り、従業員とその家族で、熱田神宮と同じ樹種の、62種類18,000本の木を植えます。
Here Sango built a mound, and with their employees and their families, they planted 62 species and 18,000 trees, which is the same as the trees in Atsuta Jingu Shrine.
先生の研究室をお訪ねしてからわずか9ヶ月で、産後で初めてとなる森づくりが行われまして、ここをエコさんました。
It was only 9 months after President Nikkawa visited Professor Miyawaki's office, and the very first forest of Sango was born this way. This forest was named Eko Sango.
これが年後の姿です。
This is the forest 12 years later.
エコサンゴは愛知県の名古屋市の都市部にあるため、森が完成した現在は都会の中のオアシスとなっております。
Eko Sango was planted in an urban place in the city of Nagoya. So now that the forest has been completed, it has become an oasis in the city.
エコサンゴでは生物調査を実施しております。
At Eko Sango, we are researching the creatures that come to the forest.
鳥類は27種が観察され、近隣のビル街に比べると約8倍もの多くの鳥類が見つかっております。
For birds, there have been 27 species that have been observed, and compared to the other areas nearby, this is 8 times the amount of birds that can be seen in the neighboring city.
トンボは13種類が観察されております。
There were 13 species of dragonflies.
また、昆虫や爬虫類などに加えてタヌキも目撃されております。
And other than insects and vertebrates, there have also been witnesses of raccoons, wild raccoons.
サンゴでは、エコサンゴだけではなく、国内の工場グループ合わせて11サイトで森づくりを行っています。
At Eko Sango, we have been planting forests at our factories and our groups in Japan.
海外の拠点では10サイトで工場内に植樹を継続しています。
Overseas, we have planted forests in 10 sites.
すべて宮脇先生や藤原先生に現地を調査していただき、樹種を決定しました。
In all of these planting activities, Professor Miyawaki or Professor Fujiwara have visited the sites to conduct the vegetation research of those sites.
さらにサンゴグループは、自社の敷地内だけではなく、自社以外の地域にも森づくりを広めています。
Furthermore, Sango Group is not only planting forests in their premises, but also in other places as well.
産地の遊休地や、他企業への植樹支援、公園への宮脇方式の森づくりを世界各地で広めています。
Sango is conducting forest making all over the world, such as on idle lands, at industrial parks, and also at other companies.
はい、このように国内外で木を植えてきましたが、自社の森が大きく成長しつつあります。
We have seen how Sango has planted trees and made forests, and our forests have been growing very well.
産後では維持管理として、間伐を行っております。
At Sango, for maintenance, we have been thinning the trees.
左の写真は全く間伐していない、13年経ったエコサンゴの森です。
The left picture shows a forest of Eco Sango. 13 years have passed, and this part has not been thinned.
1平米あたり4本植えておりますので、非常に暗く高密度で、細い木が多いです。
For 1 square meter, 4 trees have been planted, so it is very dark and dense, and the trees are very thin.
一方、右の写真は5年間で3回間伐したエコサンゴの森です。
On the other hand, the picture on the right side is the same Eco Sango forest in another patch, and this place has been thinned 3 times in 5 years.
間伐によって光が入って、林床も明るい森となり
ます。By thinning the trees, the light has come into the forest floor, and it has become a brighter forest.
またこちらもエコサンゴの森ですが、間伐していない、標高直径と、間伐から2年経ったところの木の直径、標高直径を比較しました。
This is another part of the Eco Sango forest, and we researched the diameter, the breast height diameter of the trees after 2 years.
写真でもわかりますが、間伐した場所の方が、優位に、幹が太くなるということがわかりました。
As you can see, the trees that have been thinned, the forest that has been thinned, those trees have become fatter.
間伐した森では変化が起きております。
As you can see, the forest has changed where the trees have been thinned.
子供たちが森に入って遊べるようになりました。
The first point is that children can now play in the forest.
2つ目は、林床に実生が出現しました。
Second point is that there are now sprouts on the forest floor.
3つ目は森の階層構造ができました。
And the third point is the formation of a hierarchical structure.
階層構造を構成している侵入種としては、左からマンリョウ、ヤブツバキ、タブノキ、アカメガシワ、ヒサカキ、キリなど6種類が確
認。The species that have entered the forest and formed a hierarchical structure are ones such as coralberry, camellia, tabunoki, Bacillus thunbergi, and Polonia.
産後では植えることと間伐することの2つが、生物多様性に配慮し自然と共生する社会を目指していきます。
Sango aims to create a society where people can coexist with nature through planting and also thinning the forest.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we finished the all scientific presentation. So I like to ask and Nicolas, Elgene and Nicolas. So how to our poster and oral present about the science of Miyawaki Forest. Advanced question box.
That's a big question. Big question I wasn't expecting.
Big question. So your comment. So people gave the presentation about the science in Miyawaki Forest. The royal bee and CO2, many things.
Well, I would say there are many things in these presentations that I would not have thought of if I think strictly of a Miyawaki forest. A lot of things are mentioned to go beyond that. Can I talk about specifics now? Well, I'm still interested in this idea of thinning in the forest, because that's something that I never heard from Miyawaki, and I'm wondering, Tanaka-san, did Takano-san, Takano-san, did you ever talk to Miyawaki about this idea of thinning? Okay.
Thinning started after Professor Miyawaki passed away.
Yeah, I was afraid that was the problem. But I would have been very curious to hear what Miyawaki would have said about thinning, because he always talked about how nice it was that the forest is just growing up naturally. If you look around the campus here, when you came in, you saw all these trees. Indeed, the trunks are rather thin in many cases. And so the thinning perhaps permits trees to grow thicker, not necessarily much taller, but thicker. It opens up and lets light come in, which has various consequences, one of which is it gives an opening for other species to come in, some desirable and some not desirable. So as I said in my presentation, we're still learning a lot about these forests. As they get older, we're still getting new questions and wondering what to do, wondering how the forest is going to react.
Professor Miyawaki did say that if a species wasn't working in a forest or was causing problems, you could remove it. Is that correct? He wasn't hesitant to remove it, shall I say?
Well, I never heard that from him either, but I think he probably would have agreed. Yeah.
So basically, because people complain that big branches or the next road, or so neighbors complain the branches and dropped leaves. So Miyawaki say, okay, you can cut the branches, but don't cut the top. So it should go up. And also the no thinning. Then, so many people, when so Miyawaki changed to the plantation numbers from 1 to 3, and then it becomes much darker. Then many scientists surveyed the areas and no understories. People complain, scientists, that I checked the scientist's site. It is like we have like a Mediterranean area in region. It is a dry area, and also soil is not good, like granite area. Usually not so many understory species. Therefore, even thinning and species doesn't come back. Miyawaki is a student, but a co-researcher. They also experimental plot for the thinning area in reclaimed area, both of peninsula and reclaimed area. Then thinning just coming, weed coming, no natural species. But Takano-san has a natural species too, but also some weed too, both. And 雑草や自然種だけじゃなく雑草も入ってきませんでしたか？
エコサンゴの場合は、雑草という雑草は入ってこなくて、周りが都市街なので入ってくるっていうのがなくて、木しか確認できて neighborhood around the Sango forest is a town, so we haven't observed many weeds coming in, and only trees have entered the forest.
This is very rare. Stone, sorry. Granite stone area. You know the granite thing? Granite stone is very dry, and also the usual natural forest doesn't have the understories. So about 40 years old forest after Miyawaki planted, it's Hiroshima prefecture. So we surveyed that area. Then I found when it is a darker area and the developed soil area, then many species come in. But when sunshine get in and the drier area, we don't see anything. So maybe soil condition different. My impression was that the Eco-Sango is no difference. soil condition. 土壌はそんなに変わらないですよね。シーニングしたところと、したところは全部入ってますか？まだ他にも。全体にそうなりますか？それとも、外側だけですか？
中側も入ってます。
外側に入って、中に入ってます、ね。
中も外も入ってます。
中も入ってます。But Eco-Sango has many seedlings. That's a different case. So we should check the environmental condition.
So, a question. What are your thoughts on planting density? Because Professor Miyawaki was planting 2 to 3 plants per meter squared. What are your thoughts on the higher plant densities that we're seeing implemented in a lot of forests at the moment?
Well, in Japan, 3 to 4 individuals per square meter was more or less the rule. But it depends upon the climate. And I don't know, for drier areas, I don't know what to say yet. I mean, this is one of these unanswered questions that we're still, all of these plantations, I shouldn't say outside Japan, but in areas that are not evergreen broadleaf forests, all of these plantations are experiments. We don't know what's going to work yet. What about the deciduous forest areas? Even denser for the deciduous forest.
中村会長、今、平米何本植えてらっしゃいますか？ So they are from 北海道。for individual and in 1 square meter because evergreen it spread the branches. When I spread the branches, so they grow closer. But deciduous trees, except the oak, like maple, and prunus, they grow really straight, no branches. Therefore, we plant 1 square meter for individual in the deciduous region. Then, so we still need to survey why Eco-Sango has so many species and the other seen after them. So we needed to survey more.
I'm curious from the other panelists, how many species did you plant per square meter usually?
I usually do 3. And I did 4 in Mediterranean climate. Because the basic idea is quite simple. Yeah. The harsher the climate, the more trees you plant to create a microclimate quicker.
Okay. Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah.
I plant 3.
3. Okay.
But newcomers. Do you have newcomers? How many years after plantation? Newcomer, new species coming in.
No. I'm actually disturbed by the feeling. Miyawaki was very clear. He said, no management is best management. So once it's planted and you do the maintenance for 2 to 3 years, it should remain wild. And to me, it's a fascinating. It's fascinating to see what happened because it's the challenge we face. Living with the wild is extremely difficult. We're so obsessed by management, and we think that we can do better than natural systems. And so, yeah. And then what I observe in Belgium, when it's very dense, invasive species can't come in. It's dense, it takes all the shade. So, and to me, it's, I talk a lot, sorry, but it was fascinating to hear all the poster session because they mention the human dimension and how we relate to nature, to our culture, to our heritage. And it's important to live with the wild, and to, once it's planted, it should remain so. If we do some thinning, if we change the forest, we're missing the point, really.
So basic idea of the Miyawaki forest. So Miyawaki wanted to plant more and more. So more than thinning, that's the basic idea. And just compare then it was very long time ago. After 5 years to 10 years, so many newcomers, new species come in the forest, except it is not weed, natural species. So tomorrow morning, you will go into the campus and you can check the other stories of the forest, what are new species, and it has layers or not. So several places different. You have leaders, then you can ask what's different too. And so even this campus, some area doesn't have the understories. Some areas, so 48 years old area, lots of birds coming, and so understory is rich. So wait till age or still on the way, some management. It depends on the owner. Okay. And we have at some time, Nicolas. So you had many scientific research this time. How about your impression or comment?
Tough question now. Okay. I think the challenge with the Miyawaki method, we're getting more science now. That was the main critique at the beginning. So we didn't have enough science. It's building up. There are more and more people studying Miyawaki forests. But I don't think the numbers and the data will make such a big difference, to be honest. I think that the challenge is really to go beyond science and to reach people's heart and soul. So to the science, for me, what's the most difficult is really potential natural vegetation. What is it? How does he evolve with time, with different soil conditions. Should we do watering or not? Because there are still many questions, of course.
I called it step in the potential of natural vegetation. I like even better what we heard in the panel discussion, in the poster discussion, step 0. Before you do anything else, understand the potential natural vegetation.
It's a difficult question for me because I'm a scientist, so I love science. Science is in here. But I agree with Nicolas. It's so important to gain support from the community, to reach into people's heart, particularly to re-engage children with nature. I think Professor Miyawaki was very positive about that. And I'm certainly seeing the impacts of children's reintroduction to nature through the program that I do, because many children who are involved in my program have never planted a plant before, have never played in the dirt before, and this is their first foray into nature. And to see the change in their attitudes as they plant their first plant, often they're very tentative, they don't want to get their hands dirty, but by the end of the day, they have changed. And I think if each child that goes into the forest takes that home, I think that's very impactful. Because if we don't re-engage this generation with children with nature, who's going to fight for it in the future?
And I experienced something a bit disturbing in schools, actually. I have an example in mind, a 6 years old Miyawaki Forest. It was doing really well. But the children, they like it so much. They spent so much time in the forest, walking around, breaking branches, hardening the soil. And now, to be honest, it's starting to look like a park and not a Miyawaki Forest anymore. And, I discussed that with the teachers. It's like, what's the goal? Is it to create a natural sanctuary? Is it to have children interact with nature? And I don't have an answer. I think both are important. And what I see now is with the numbers of Miyawaki forests increasing, it's fine, to do somewhere you do some feeding, somewhere you have children playing around and changing the forests. Like a week ago, I did a forest, and the director decided to have one part with a path where children can interact with the vegetation, and another part that is a sanctuary. So you see that there are no definite answers. It's about, but I think, Elgene, we will never get to a final answer. It's, and I like to make fun of people. Sometimes you haven't even started, and they're already negative about doing a Miyawaki Forest, and they tell me, yeah, but what will it become in a year? And the year after, they tell me, yeah, but what about in 3 years? And then it goes on like this, And now we have 50 years old Miyawaki Forest, and you're still wondering what it will become in 200 years. So it's a very interesting theoretical research. I'm also excited I won't see, obviously, a 100 or 200 years old Miyawaki Forest. But I'm pretty confident that it's happening. It's really kicking off. And I'm quite positive about its development over time. But of course, it'll be different than a fully original native forest. That's for certain.
How do you think Miyawaki Forest, is it a natural forest?
To me, it's the aim. Yes, it's really to revive native forests. So, for example, potential natural vegetation is about modeling, native forests. But of course, A good experiment would be to start with seeds instead of saplings. I would love to do a trial one day. This is really a goal I have in mind, is to start a forest from seeds, to see what happens.
I would like to ask you, how do you, yeah, Hari-san?
I came to this campus some 5 years back. And at that time, this forest was not this dense and the undergrowth was not this much. Now it has all improved. But one thing I'm parallelly seeing, there is a aggressive invasive creeper in most part of the campus. And I am from Kerala, where 2 forest divisions have been completely destroyed by this particular creeper. And that happened from, that spread from the rubber forest, rubber plant. When they cleared the rubber plantations, these creepers got sunlight and they have destroyed the forest. Here, but there is sunlight is less, but it is coming from some part. I don't know how it is happening, but ultimately I fear this will destroy the Miyawaki forest also because it is spreading very fast. I don't know why it happened.
So how many people Miyawaki forest is a natural forest? How many people think about that? Because we plant a natural species. How many people? Yeah, okay. Actually, so then I introduced the Meiji Shinto Shrine. It became 100 years. That big tree is still dominant. And it is planted. So when we say natural forest, that next generation, it becomes a natural forest. That's the important key. So Miyawaki forest, so it take the next generation. Therefore, biodiversity like birds, royal bees, this kind of the livings that important key. Miyawaki forest can keep the many livings. That makes the next generation. Even the soil animals too. Professor Aoki, he is a very famous soil and zoologist, and he studied mines. And also Miyawaki forest has mines much more than making a soil much more. Then also good soil and next generation coming from the bird transportation. So just to plant it, that's not natural forest. We should just think about the next generation. Therefore, when you plant, you need to also check the newcomers, what kind of natural species coming. So, and also take care of the next natural species too. I got this question from the workshop in Nepal. So, Miyawaki forest is a natural forest or not? But still, only plantation itself, just helping nature. When we don't do it, just bush, no natural species coming back in the urban area, even Mount Fire areas. We just helping nature to come back the natural forest. Okay.
Thank you. I think that's a really interesting question, and it kind of speaks to still this kind of belief that humans are somehow outside of nature, right? So it's an interesting question, and I would say yes, it's a natural forest in that most of North America was highly managed by humans before Europeans first settled, and it was seen as natural, but it was a managed landscape.
I would say it's natural though, because people were managing it with nature, responding to other species with respect for other life. And I think the Miyawaki method speaks to that. There is a respect. It's taking cues from the landscape and reflecting it back. So in that way, we're working with nature as opposed to imposing our own needs on top of it. So it's natural. That's kind of how I come to it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Jirin-san.
Thank you very much, Professor Fujiwara. I'm Sirin from Thailand. When I was a student here 30 years ago, and after that, come back to Thailand and set up the restoration project under Miyawaki method. And from 30 years experience in Thailand, particularly, one is for the Miyawaki method, we can create the forest very shortly. At least 3 years, we can see the forest with the structure, stratification, and sharp herb very clearly. But we're not sure that, I'm not sure that this is the natural forest or not. It can be yes or can be no. There are many factors that to prove that in the future. So that's not my point. My point is when you plant the trees, the proper density should be 3 or 4 individual seedlings. Less than 3, maybe 1 or 2 is not so much growth rate. More than that may be more costly. You have to pay more for the seedling cost. So the proper is 3 or 4 individual seedlings. And then you can plant in the right zone. But you have to make sure that enough for the water. You make to irrigation or support for the water, particularly in the right season, then you can create the forest in a short time. So the proper individual seedling 3 or 4, and this is really good. And after that, when we plant it, it's very good. In the first 3 years, very good. But you have to evaluation and then survey for the healthy of the forest. If you put too much individual of the deciduous species, then maybe you have to apply for the silviculture, for pruning, for cutting, or even for supporting. Because the tree grow very fast, then very dense, and then it's not strong enough for the wind or something like that. So you have to evaluation for the healthy of the forest, and then try to make them more healthy by roping or something like that, or for pruning, or even for thinning, too. I'm surprised and from the Sanko that you apply for a thinning, that a branch of silviculture, that you have to think about the condition of the tree. But I'm surprised that when you have thinning, then you have to apply the supporting or not, because the tree very dense. When you make thinning, the tree maybe cannot stand alone. So in my case, I have to put rope or something like that. In a short time, let's say 6 months or 1 year, then the tree can tolerate with the wind or something like that. So it's from my experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask this. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Adib Dada from Lebanon. I wanted to build upon Heather's question, the role of humans. As she said, it's like they had a role in kind of managing forests, and that was for fire resilience and to be able to also survive on forest edible species and things like that. But also the other part of that question is, especially in urban settings, the big herbivores are not there anymore. So what role do we have in terms of, maybe it is thinning, maybe it is like, how do we think about that to reduce fire, for example, from coming out because of all the dried matter that is in the soil, especially in a Mediterranean context where it gets very hot and it gets very dry in the summer. So do we have a role to play artificially to replace the herbivores, let's say, that have disappeared, or our ancestors who used to manage those forests?
Well, I've got a response from my perspective. We don't actually have historically any really large herbivores that predate on the trees. So we actually have insects that come along and do all the herbivory. So I wonder if that insect loading in some of the forests that have been planted would be important.
I mean, for fire is a big issue. I think it has to come from, you have to think in terms of landscaping from the onset of the project. If you worry about the fire, I mean, Miyawaki said that native forests actually protect people from fires. So, but in Mediterranean climate, it's different. But I think, I mean, if you, to me, once it's planted, once it's self-sustaining after 3 years, you should not do anything. You should really observe and connect with the wild, you know? So you have to think in terms of landscaping. And if you worry about fire, it has to be around the Miyawaki forest. You know, how do you prevent fire from spreading? You know, if it comes to the Miyawaki forest, or, I mean, we had some issues I know some colleagues in France that the whole forest burnt in a school because of firework in a very dry summer.
What happened?
It was super dry, and you know, for National Day, they still use fireworks, and one fell into the Miyawaki forest, and it all burned.
And did the fire spread?
No, it didn't spread. It didn't spread. So that's why I think you have to think in terms of landscaping. You know, how do you manage fire in case it starts? How do you make sure it doesn't spread too far and doesn't cause much damage? But I would not interfere with the Miyawaki forest itself.
And we've also got to remember that most of the forests that we're planting are actually quite small. So small forests with a small fire fuel, right? There's not a huge amount of fuel.
Yeah.
So you have a big fire like Lisbon in September and Madeira in August. That kind, even Madeira, people said rural forest could protect more than other forests. So that case, evergreen forest can survive. I surveyed evergreen broadleaf forest. I surveyed in Kobe earthquake areas. Kobe earthquake area, it had fire very much, but it stopped with planted tree, even planted tree of the evergreen broadleaf tree, even sclerophyll, oak, hedges too. It stopped the fire, and the next area doesn't have the influence. So that when it is small, like we planted in China, they couldn't against the fire. First 1 year, 2 years, still burning, but they sprout out. So it becomes 5 years or 10 years. Then they can make a barrier for the fire. So, but they don't they don't kill up. They are not killed out. So that's case. Evergreen broadleaf forest region is okay. My question is deciduous forest. Deciduous forest, I don't have any experience. Canadian mountain fire is very bad, and also even evergreen forest in Chaparral. Conifer, then it's reasonable.
But we have to be clear, you know. I mean, fire is part of the story, and if there's a fire, I mean, what can you do? You know, it's part of the risk, and.
But urban area is okay. Yeah. Okay, please.
Because we are discussing about the fire. I am from Vancouver, BC, Canada. I'm a master's student at the UBC. So it's related. I'm going to segue to the potential natural vegetation framework. That I always wonder, because in Pacific Northwest we have a problem of the red cedar, western red cedar, going down because of the consecutive years of the summer droughts, and they have been taken in, and they have been surviving, but they are kind of showing the death and then the dead fronds and everything like that. And in order to choose the species for the potential natural vegetation, and we choose the climax species, which is the red cedar. And when that framework applies, how can we deal with this change that the decimating the most important species of this region of the Pacific Northwest? And like you mentioned, that the Canadian forest fire is amazingly bad. Amazingly bad. In Vancouver, we don't have fire within the city. We don't see it, but we can feel the smoke coming from the mountain. And then sometimes it's just super hazy, and it's kind of apocalyptic scene in our city. So that's quite related to the forest management that the European settlers has drastically changed from the indigenous way of managing the forest to the monoculture plantation, consequently coincided with the clear-cut, like heavy manipulation of the forest itself, and then probably that's driving the droughts really, really fast, and temperature going up, and then red cedar, like they're very, very sensitive trees, and then they're dying, and then how can we choose the climax species in our region? I don't understand. I don't know. And then probably the forest succession, that framework itself is outdated as well, that to apply to the Pacific Northwest region. So I would like to poke your brain. How can we tackle this?
Thank you. We are now time. Please continue discussion in coffee time. Okay.
Case studies showcasing successful implementation in diverse contexts. We're about to explore real-world applications of the Miyawaki method, some more of them, which is fantastic, as practitioners share their experiences and insights on bringing these dense, biodiverse forests to life. The projects we will hear about today represent a variety of environments, all demonstrating how the Miyawaki method can be adapted to meet the unique challenges of each location. This session is a valuable opportunity to see the Miyawaki method in action, and I hope it sparks some new ideas for future applications in your own work. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Heather Shibley to come. She's going to be talking about connecting student and forest communities, planting mini forests with local seeds in Canada.
Hello, everyone. My name is Heather Shibley, and I'm so pleased to be here today. I am a landscape architect, a restoration ecologist, and an arborist with the ISA, which is the International Society of Arboriculture, based in Southern Ontario, Canada. So I work for Dugan Ecology, so that's the first logo there. We're a small consulting firm. We do mostly restoration work and in terrestrial landscapes. And recently, we joined with a number of not-for-profits to start a collaboration called the Network of Nature. And through that, we have a native plant database that covers native and naturalized plants from across the country in Canada, as well as a directory of native plant growers, so that we're trying to break down barriers to encourage Canadians to plant more native species. And our first project under the Network of Nature are mini forests. And that's what I'll talk a little bit about today, although I'm going to put on my arborist hat, I think, for this presentation. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to figure this out. Okay. So recently we did a project for the city of Charlottetown looking at recovering the urban forest after after a hurricane came through, which is becoming more of a reality. Florida is the epicenter of hurricanes in North America, so not surprisingly, most of the research to do with tree stability comes from the University of Florida. And if I had a picture of Edward Gilman, who is the lead researcher, I should have included in my presentation with a massive heart around his face because I think he's so awesome. So here we are. We all are looking to plant more trees in the landscape, but we are doing that in a time of rapid climate change. So how we plant the trees is incredibly important because we're having more extreme weather events. So these are two examples of trees that have been poorly planted. So the first one, that's where you get roots that are coming up through the mulch because there's been too much mulch at the base. And then the second, we have a girdling root here, which is what I'm going to focus more on with today's talk. So municipalities in North America, I'm not sure if this is the case where you're coming from, are facing more tree failures. This is due to several causes, such as poor soil quality, not enough soil volume for the trees, but it's also coming from these girdling roots, which is something that happens in the nurseries and then at time of planting. I can hear myself breathing. I'm gonna try to not put it so close. Okay, so this is girdling roots. Is everybody familiar with this, with trees? Yeah? Okay, this is a terrible root structure. Because you're having these roots that are growing around, the way that you put the roots in the ground when you plant it, those roots remain in that location. They're not going to correct themselves. They'll just continue to grow in that pattern, and they get thicker and thicker, and eventually, right, they kill the tree. So in most nurseries, they start with liners, so the smallest there, and they, as the trees grow at the nursery, they put them in larger and larger sized pots. And there's an imprint that you can see in the roots from each size. And each time you have an imprint, that's a kink in the roots, and that's a weak point. So when you have strong winds or saturated soils, those become pinch points where you lose stability in the tree. So here's kind of an example of somebody planting it, and these roots aren't necessarily in a great position for future stability. Okay, so this is my personal attempt to show you what a healthy root system looks like. Obviously, it changes, especially in tropical soils where they're quite deep. You would still have a very prominent taproot, but it's also based on the tree's species. But most trees start with a really hefty taproot, but then as you get adventitious roots coming out, the taproot might start to wither and not be as prominent. Then you have your anchor roots, which really is for stability of the tree. These roots, though, feeder roots, are so important. And why are they at the top? Because that's where all the nutrients are. That's where the rain is falling. That's where air is found, right? Most trees are kind of like a wine glass on a dinner plate. You can think of that form. And then you have these little sinker roots, which I should have drawn a little better than this, but they come down and they just kind of hold the tree in place in response to wind happening. They respond to that environmental pressure. Okay, I promise that the mini forest is going to come back. I'm just going through this. Okay, so in a natural setting, you have your taproot, which is the radical, right? That's the first thing that comes down. And as the radical comes down, it will eventually hit a point where the conditions are not as beneficial as higher up. And that sends a signal to the plant to start putting out lateral roots. And those become those feeder roots later on. But in nursery stock, this is where the best nutrients and air and water are. And so the radical just keeps growing, and you get really long taproots that are kind of spindly. And when it has to be moved, that taproot gets cut. And there's a different response that happens at the point of cut, and that's where all these adventitious roots start to grow at that point. And the lateral roots that are higher up begin to wither away. Oh, I don't have a good enough picture. Okay, so I just want to show this distance here. I don't know if you've ever noticed, if you're planting with potted stock, you might notice that the root flare seems to be kind of too deep in the soil. You're like, why is the nursery planting these too deep? It's because of this. It's a hangover from this effect. So that this actually becomes the root flare, and you should be removing all the soil above at time of planting so that those lateral roots are right underneath the surface, because that's where they need to be. And if you don't, what ends up happening is that they start to grow upward. And again, you want it to be straight out because that's how you get a really solid tree. The moment you have those bends, you lose that stability. I'm going to take a moment to breathe for a second. I'm like really excited. Yeah. Okay. I am coming around to the actual project at hand. Okay, so we have that issue with the nurseries, right? That Ed Gilman, awesome Ed Gilman and his cohort have been researching. Then we have the other thing of, I love the Miyawaki method because it's a form of connecting with other species and with community. However, most of the ones that are done in Canada are using nursery stock, which is fine, but by doing so, we're still treating plants as objects because they're just purchased goods. So how can we do this to like build better relationship, especially for kids who are involved in these plantings? I'm like worried that I'm gonna run out of time, so I'm like trying to talk fast. So I started a pilot project last year with Copernicus, which is a local educational furniture company. They built 3 prototypes of air pruning tables. Has anybody heard of that before? So it comes out of permaculture. And the premise is that the base is open to the air so that you're mimicking that natural effect on roots where the radicle gets to a point where there's too much air and you get an air pruning effect. So that you get really great root structure out of your seedlings. So we made 3 prototypes for 3 schools that agreed to be part of this pilot project. Oh, I knew that was coming. Okay. I think I'm actually not that far away from being done. So part of this pilot was to go to the local forest and collect nuts and seeds of the representative plant community for the Miyawaki Forest. We're not at the point where we can do it all, but we kind of boosted the Miyawaki Forest that they were planting with some of these plants. And we certainly took cues from the local forest near these schools. So here's pictures of the students collecting acorns and hickory. There were a few others at the time too. Then the students cleaned and tested the acorns for viability and planted them very densely. So this is way denser than Miyawaki right here. It's like 100 per square meter. And planted into these air pruning tables. And then they're just left over winter to stratify. So you need to seed stratify. So they go through that winter process and then they germinate the next spring. And I just want to note too that we have these large cages on top to protect against squirrels because they are so good at finding acorns. So this was this past springs. We have some red oaks on the left and then sugar maples coming up. And these were actually left in the air pruning tables over summer. So for the pilot, we actually had some faculty were in charge of taking care of them, but the hope is that we would engage high school students who have co-op hours to take care of these seedlings throughout the summer months. We had a really wet summer though, so there wasn't really much, not much had to be done this year round. I just wanted to throw this in here that if you do plant with potted stock, I highly recommend that you encourage people to be really rough with those roots, totally pull them out to the point where they're almost bare roots and stretch those puppies out. And if you can't, then cut them. Cut them at the point where they're kinking. It's okay to do that. It's better for the tree in the long run. Here's them planting the Miyawaki Forest. So we have not yet booster planted with the seedlings. We're going to do that once they've gone dormant because they're going to be bare roots. So we'll be doing that within the next month.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite our next speaker, Adib Dada, who's going to be talking to us about the Other Forest, a tool for ecological and social regeneration in Lebanon. Thank you, Adib.
Hello, everyone. I'm Adib Dada. I am trained as an architect, and I'm also trained in design technology and biomimicry. And almost 6 years ago, I trained to become a forest maker. I'm going to be talking about the Other Forest, which is building a habitat for humans and other creatures to thrive. I founded my company, The Other Dada, as a regenerative consultancy and architecture practice, working on architecture, consultancy, and afforestation projects. And today I'll be talking about the Other Forest as a tool for ecological and social regeneration. Because we were looking for something that would actually help us address the crises of biodiversity loss, climate change, and social inequality. And at the moment, as we all know, cities are not serving us well, from urban heat island effect, environmental degradation costs, pollution, cancer and cardiovascular diseases, catastrophic floodings. And so we look to nature. Biomimicry is innovation that is inspired by nature, with this idea that we don't need to extract from nature, but we can actually learn from nature. And so we look to nature to guide a better built environment. And this question from the founder of biomimicry, what if our cities were as effective and generous as a forest, providing not only for humans, but for other species as well? And my main inspiration came from the watershed of the Beirut River, which is a really important bird area. It's on the second most important flyway connecting the Africa to Eurasia flyway. And this is what we've done with it. So in 1968, the depth of the Beirut River, when it was encased in concrete, and it was transformed from a thriving ecosystem to a sewage infrastructure. And since it became a no man's land, the community no longer had access to it. And so it became a no man's land. And so this is the place where we dump garbage. This is during the trash crisis in 2015, dumping of raw sewage because of inadequate infrastructure, and the ongoing, almost yearly dumping of industrial waste in the river. And all of that flows into the Mediterranean Sea, making it a local problem with a global impact. So for me, at the level of a citizen, like how do we bypass these larger systems? And it's about, for us, thinking globally, but acting locally. And so this idea of planting trees came around. And in 2019, we planted the first Miyawaki Forest in Lebanon through the help of my very good friend Elise Van Medelen from Sugi, who introduced me to Shubendu, and we started this project. So Sugi is a crowdfunding application and platform, and we had our first project come up with the birth of Sugi itself. And so we started with Beirut's riverless forest, reclaiming public space and restoring biodiversity. So this, we started with a pilot project of 200 square meters by the banks of the river, 800 trees, 17 native species, and we had a survival rate of around 74%. And here you can see this is the site of our pilot project, 200 square meters, planted in May 2019. And this picture was taken in November 2019, while the revolution in Lebanon was ongoing on our Independence Day. And so in 6 months, you can already see the transformation, and at the top, you can see the concrete river. This project, we plant it every single year. We expand that. So we start with 200 square meters. We're now at around 3,000 square meters and more than 7,000 saplings, and having engaged more than 1,500 volunteers. Our biome is Mediterranean climate. The local studies were done by botanists called Hisham Zain. And so we have different species of oak, pistachio, laurel, lots of edible and medicinal species as well. And you can see the transformation in just 2 years' time, a little more than 2 years' time. And obviously we follow the high planting density. So in our case, Mediterranean context, we're at 4 saplings per square meter. And this is at 2 years later. So we see rapid growth. And really this transformation from degraded, so this space was an urban landfill. So an urban landfill that we cleaned up and totally dead soil that we regenerated, and then we have a self-sustaining, self-sufficient forest in those 3 years' time. And so you can see the transformation in those few years. So we're tackling pollution, reclaiming public space, and restoring hope to the people. And just some images of the transformation, again, in 3 years' time. And so the other forest is really this nature-based tool for ecological and social regeneration. Like, we're really focused on the social part. And we're essentially working with nature to transition cities to healthy and resilient communities. Since 2019, we've planted 12 forests, more than 15,000 saplings of 33 different native species, more than 1,600 volunteers, and with the goal of empowering communities to reclaim degraded lands and turn them into shared space for humans and other organisms to thrive. We also work on the on building narrative and changing mindsets. So that is through writings, publishing, as well as through documentaries. So this is a short documentary that relates our work in Beirut, and this was during the planting of our power plant forest in the most polluted city in Lebanon. So we're reclaiming degraded land as public space. This is in an urban park that was completely, filled with asphalt. So stripping the asphalt away, planting this really thin and long forest of 200 meters length by 1 meter wide, and again, 2 years' time. But also working in degraded in degraded rural areas. So this is in a ski resort where we're bringing back the native prune and cedar and juniper species that have disappeared due to overgrazing. We're regenerating ecological systems and restoring predator-prey relationships, which is really a key in those forests. Regenerating social connections by building community not only through the planting, but also through yearly anniversaries, different celebrations, and also through cultural events. So, for example, this was an event called Art Ecology in the Commons that we developed, which was an artist residency over 10 days that was centered around the forest. So we took artists to the natural forest, the artists planted with us, and then we have here Palestinian artist Mirna Beni, who made a water feast inspired by the traditional cultural festivals that used to happen on the banks of the natural river. And so she distilled water from every single species in the forest and made this long table, and we had a water tasting from the waters of the forest. And then August 4, 2020, Beirut blast, the fourth largest non-nuclear explosion in the world, totally decimated the city, more than 250 people killed, more than 6,000 people injured, more than 300,000 people displaced, and an ancient city, thousands of years old, destroyed. So we actually planted a living memorial to the victims of the blast to mark the 1-year anniversary. And here we really focused on the kind of ceremonial aspect of writing down the names of every victim and having friends and family plant that with each sapling. But also the Beirut blast decimated a lot of educational establishments within the city and the traditional also architecture. And so along with Sugi, we came up with this idea of the back to play forest, which is going into schools that were devastated by the blast and using that as opportunity to remove concrete and start installing these small forests. So the smallest one is 10 square meters with 20 students. Another one here, you can see this sort of like parking lot. You can see the growth, and another one here and there. And so in scaling the learning habitats, because I know that's also something that we're very interested in, we started working with a private school on a larger project to develop a place-based regenerative educational system in the service of life. And so here we introduced 33 different nature-based interventions on 1,500 square meters of concrete playgrounds. A Miyawaki forest for students to engage in, another one for wildlife, medicinal gardens, sensory gardens. So this is the transformation that happened. This project is now turned 1 year old, removing 250 square meters of concrete. More than 800 students from 3 to 16 years old took part in planting. And this is the rapid transformation in 10 months. And also engaging the school staff all the way from the president and the board, also to the security guards and janitors. And starting to integrate this as part of their nature-based curriculum. Outdoor classes, so also another type of Miyawaki forest we did with the students. Edible planters also, so also introducing these other things, and even building with mud bricks. Teaching them about nutrient cycling and all of that. And so basically here, what I want to say is that how we bring it all together, like bring back my training as an architect. And this is inspiration of Dr. Miyawaki's work and biomimicry. How do we transition these concrete landscapes into multi-ecosystem habitats? And so we had the opportunity to build a pavilion for COP28 in Dubai last year, outside of a museum called the Art Jamil Center. And so we built a temporary pavilion that was meant to be disassembled and that is meant to go back to the earth. And the pavilion consists of 4 pillars. A soil pillar, so we're restoring soil health in the city by depaving concrete, making compost, and using all the materials are actually compostable. The water aspect, so providing fresh water through machines, through an air-to-water generator, and giving that back not only to humans, but also to animals through the spirit bath, and using that water as a passive cooling system as well. Energy, so providing energy and shade to provide shelter, filter the sunlight, and renewable energy to light up the structure at night. And then plants. So once we have soil, water, and energy, we can then have the plants. At the bottom of the structure are all the vegetables, the edible plants that the humans can harvest. And the top of the structure is inspired by the Miyawaki method, looking at the survey, working with local botanists, ecologists, and then having all the species from trees to shrubs and flowering species that then become a food source for the insects, the lizards, and other animals that can come to the city. And then at the end of its life, so in about 6 months, after it first hosted life on land for the first year, the idea is that it became an interspecies habitat with the humans and animals and insects interacting in this one space, occupying different niches within that system. And then second, it is disassembled, and all the plants get dispersed across Riyadh and planted by the community, and the materials get composted into the ground. So we can see the types of plants that we have there and the way that it was designed for this assembly. And then eventually it hosts a second life under the sea. So the steel structure that it's made of is untreated steel, and it was designed with marine biologists to eventually be taken into the sea and become a coral reef and fish habitat restoration project. So thereby connecting life on land with life under the sea. Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Ayako Ishimura, who's going to be discussing reforestation in the forests of Sakuta-san Shrine, making healthy forests by planting seedlings of broadleaf trees in conifer forests.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ayako Ishimura. I'm a chairperson of the Association for Fostering a Green Globe. I would like to introduce our activity. Planting broadleaf trees in coniferous forests to encourage healthy mixed coniferous and broadleaf forest. It's in Tsukuba, in Ibaraki Prefecture. Japan mountains has already become bald by the end of the Edo period, 150 years ago, already balded. And so that the Ministry of Forest would like to say, how about planting the trees all over the Japan? And these are the first planting festival held in northern part of Tsukuba-san. Look at this costume. These are ties. It's very interesting. This is the first time in Japan. an artificial forest, coniferous forest, from around 1830. Coniferous trees were planted nationwide for use for as building materials. To use it as timber, it needs to be managed by planting and weeding, but due to the competition from cheaper imported timber, many mountains have been left unused, which is a big problem facing Japan mountains today. Because the roots are shallow and the water retention capacity is weak, it is prone to landslide in the event of disaster. On the other hand, a forest consisting mainly of evergreen broad-leaved trees. Tall trees, serve to tall trees and shrubs naturally shape themselves, forming a green mass as a whole. Their roots are deep. Their roots are deep and hold a solid soil, a family in place, making a forest resistant to the disasters. This is like the cedar trees mainly. This is the shirakashi mainly. And this is our activity held. It's in Mount Tsukuba. It's a northern part of Tokyo. And this is the shrine. And this is the Mount Tsukuba Shrine is 270 meters high from the sea level. And at first, we have a discussion with Tsukuba-san Shrine. The time is June 2006. A tree planted record. We started from 2006. These are the record, west part of the Tsukuba-san Shrine and east part of Tsukuba-san Shrine. We have 18 years already continued. And we are mapping the plant area, this area, like this. This is the condition before planting. So the Azumaneza-san in Japanese, very heavy, and trees like this not managed at all. So it is very difficult to come into the forest at first. Then Professor Miyawaki conducting on-site research, and it's like a bush, and it is a rainy day, and the work is very, very, very hard work for us, so that nobody can make a smile face at all in this thing. And Professor Miyawaki's suggestion, thin and remove poor quality coniferous trees and dead trees. Thinning materials will be used as retaining wall, carried by the space created. Plant evergreen and deciduous broad-leaf trees that are suited to the ecosystem of Mount Tsukuba. Leaves from thinning trees are used as a mulch. Thinning like this, plowing, and retaining soil. The west part of Tsukuba-san has many stones like this under the ground, so that we take out the stones like this and super like a soil. And cutting down the dead or trees. It is very dangerous work for us, so that it takes plenty of attention. Increasing the number of thinning to allow more sunlight onto the forest floor. So many cut down trees, and we lay down like this to stop the soil. And more light and more space, and we make a walkway like this, because the walkway is very important, because we can walk around if we would like to research after the tree planting for many years. And this is one tree planting festival. This is 16th after the corona. And these are the three species selected by Dr. Miyawaki. Shitabukashi in Japanese is very easy to remember. And these are the trees. We had a farm very nearby to the Tsukuba-san, and we grow the seedling like this. The opening ceremony, Professor Fujiwara explaining how to plant with the participants. So many participants sit down because talking is a little bit take a long time. And praying for safety for participants because it's a shrine, so the very important event for the safety for the participants to pray. And commemorative photo before the planting. The evaluation of a backpack because the mountainous, it's a very mountainous place, so we cannot rely on a machine at all. We have to do everything by manpower. So the participants just carry out like this. Plant different variety next to each other. This is the same at wherever they plant. Thinning wood leaf used for mulching. That may be the cedar trees, the leaves of the cedar trees, put and cover the ground as a mulch. The tree planted, completed. The wood log of the thinning wood is laid down like this to prevent the landslide, and also the tree already planted and covered all the leaves of trees like this. 1 year after planting, west side of the shrine like this, the leaves already turned to the brown, and they are going to be the manager. 7 years after planting, 10 years after planting, here is a person, and the evergreen trees are brought like this, brown, like this. There is not such a weak cedar at all. Growth depend upon the year it was planting, east side of the shrine. This is 2 years, 2 years, 6 years. And we have a survey of planting areas. Associate Professor Minoru Hashimoto, Daiwa Bunka University. The tree plant, the area is 3. The west part, east part, and the where the tree has not been planted. The way of survey, large soil animals are collecting using a hand-sort method. And then the fallen leaves are brought back to the library, and all medium-sized soil animals are extracting using a soil animal extraction device. On-site collection like this. Work in the shrine ground after the collecting work in like this in the shrine. These are the middle-sized soil animals. In the library, all medium-sized soil animals were extracted using a soil animal extraction device. And survey result. A single species were found to be extremely numerous, whereas the number of the years passed, a more diverse range of species tended to appear, suggesting the possibility that tree planting may increase soil animal diversity. The planting of broadleaf tree changes the community composition of soil animal from the coniferous forest that had grown. Therefore, and after 10 years or more, the number of the animal and the degrees of the natural standards tended to increase, suggesting that the tree planting has a certain effect on the richness of the forest. These are the we can find out when we are doing activity, our activity. This is Madani in Japanese, and this is Mamushi in Japanese. This is Saru no Koshikake, or the white mushroom, or the tamago mushroom, egg mushroom, or this is very beautiful caterpillar. These are the things that we find out when we are doing. From coniferous forest to mixed coniferous broadleaf forest, over the course of 18 years, the change in the forest may be slight, but existing coniferous tree and newly planted broadleaf trees will be induced to form a healthy mixed coniferous broadleaf forest, which is expected to bring about following effects. Perfection of global warming, prevention of landslide. This is very important. The improved functionality as a watershed conservation forest due to its water retention capacity toward a biodiverse forest, providing beautiful forest for the climate, providing a healthy environment such as forest bathing. This is Tsukuba-san Shrine, conifer and broadleaf mixed forest. These are the broad leaves, and this is the conifer. That its shape are quite different, but these both of them is very grown up, healthy. These are the Shinju no Mori in Dr. Miyawaki said. The sacred forest is Japan's pride and joy. Secret forest is the Shinju no Mori in Japanese. Shinju is a Japanese, but already common in the world, the common word in the world, and is the origin of Miyawaki theory. Miyawaki theory is started from the Shinju no Mori, so that we are working to preserve this beautiful forest. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. We now have our last speaker for this session, Fumitaka Nishino, who's going to be talking about forest growing is people growing. The history of Japanese forest growing, the Miyawaki method brings a bright future for this earth.
Nice to meet you. My name is Fumitaka Nishino. I'm happy to be able to present it here today. I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Fujiwara and Mr. Nikkawa and the Shinju no Mori no project staff and the G20 officials and others for making this meeting possible. Thank you. I'm the president of Green Elm Corporation, a visiting researcher at Tokyo University of Agriculture, and a member of the technical department of the Shinju no Mori no project. I can speak English a little, but not that well, because I have been focused on learning about forest building. Sorry. And today I will talk with my notes. Okay. Now, I have a question for you all. Which would be my childhood? Oh, right side and left side? Do you think? Yeah. I'll give you a hint. Can you see my gentle nature from then on? Yeah. From your point of view, the one on the right side of the screen is me when I was little. On the left is my older brother. Yeah, my brother is holding the sapling as if he were holding a chicken's head. Yeah, like, yes. Okay. My father was a researcher under Dr. Miyawaki. Later, my father founded a nursery. He said, to create a good forest, we need good saplings. And I had met Dr. Miyawaki at tree planting festival since I was a small child. I then went on to Tokyo University of Agriculture to study forestry. And I have been a member of the technical department of the Chinju no Morino project since 2012. I have conducted environmental education class for elementary school students in the affected areas. I believe that education is the longest way and the shortest way. I have also experienced forestation overseas, but I believe it is important to try it first. In Jordan, we have been working with a Japanese man, Notch-san, to create a forest since 2018. And do you know that Japan is an advanced country in forestation? Japanese people have always had a sense of coexistence with nature. Dr. Seirok Honda, Japan's first doctor of forestry, wrote a blueprint for a forest that looked 150 years into the future 100 years ago. The term potential natural vegetation was not defined 100 years ago. The forest of Meijing Shrine is a forest that is hard to believe that it is man-made forest. I fear to it as a first. The Miyawaki method is a method you all know. Okay, did you all know that the first forest that Dr. Miyawaki created in Oita Prefecture? I was born from Oita Prefecture. My nursery is also in Oita Prefecture, and my company produces over 100,000 trees a year. A sapling of about 50 centimeters was planted in 1972. Wow. Wow. Yes, bravo. Thank you. Okay. About 30 meters. Not some. Okay. And in this article, I will explain the disaster prevention benefits of forests. which play a very important role in urban greening. In 2011, the Great East Japan earthquake struck, killing approximately 20,000 people. The tsunami reached a maximum height of about 10 meters. The forest you see here is an artificial forest for timber. But the forest that is turning brown is a forest that was inundated by sea water and died after 3 months. Almost everything was swept away by the tsunami. But there was one forest that remained. Do you know what it is? Yeah, Shinju no Mori. Plants that are sited to the area have deep roots in the ground and can survive the tsunami. The lifespan of human being is only 100 years, but plants live for hundreds of years. So, from their point of view, tsunami, earthquake, fires, etc., already taken into consideration. Oh, okay. My presentation have about 60 slides. So many. Okay, so quickly. So many pines, but survive one pine only. And pink area is tsunami area. And this mapping, Shinju no Mori. This picture is atomic bomb. Okay. What is good about tree planting is that everyone has hope for tomorrow when planting a tree. And there it is an action that everyone can do, transcending all boundaries of politics, country, gender, and religion. And what is most wonderful is that everyone has a smile on their face after the tree planting is over. I bought the mountain to purpose forestation itself as business model. I am challenging to change Japan's forestry industry from one to take lumber to one that sees the entire mountain as natural capital. What are we planting trees for? Is there a green planet Earth in this world? I believe that the reforestation technology of the Earth exists to make other planets green. Let us all build a world where nature and people coexist, where forestation is for human development. Human development is for city development. City development is for nation development. Thank you for your attention.
right, that concludes this oral session. Can you all join with me in wishing our presenters a big round of applause?
Next stage is important, very important. So, Minamisoma City Mayor attended this meeting, and also Chief Priest also came, and also Kuria from Roma, Ming from Taiwan, Damian from France. We have several, yes. Then at first we get Mr. Mayor Kazue member, Miyawaki Forest and Minamisoma City. So that's tsunami areas talk.
皆さん、はじめまして。日本語で失礼いたします。私は南相馬市役所の農林整備課岡田と申します。私からは宮脇先生と南相馬市の森づくりについて報告をさせていただきます。
Hi everyone. Mayor Minamosa. Today I'll be talking a little bit about our collaboration with Dr. Nikkawa and the reforestation of Minamosa City.
まず、南相馬市の概要について説明させていただきます。福島県南相馬市は、東京から常磐自動車道や JR 常磐線でおよそ3時間のところにある人口約5万人の町です。阿武隈山地を背に太平洋に面した東北としては温暖な気候の地域です。
Yeah, I'll provide a quick overview of Minamosa City. It's located approximately 3 hours from Tokyo by the Joban line, has a population of 50,000, faces the Pacific Ocean with the Kuba Mountains in the background, and has a mild climate for the Tohoku region.
南相馬市と宮脇市は1993年に原町市政50周年記念事業の中で植生調査を依頼したことが始まりです。1993年の植生調査では、横浜国立大学の研究生とともに、海岸から急斜面の山地や渓谷まで調査し、夜は日中調査した資料をまとめるなど、1年間にわたり現地調査を市内全域にわたり実施していただきました。その中で宮脇先生から土地本来の地、下肢、タブを主木とした防災林が望ましいと提言を受けました。その後、自然環境に関心を持った数多くの市民がボランティア活動として市内の広葉樹の種子を採取してポット苗の育成を始めることになります。1995年には先生の指導のもと市民ボランティアが苗木を育て市民植樹祭を開始しました。宮脇先生の植樹指導の定番となるタブノキ参照が現地に響き渡りました。
Yeah, during this process, Dr. Muralee suggested that it be desirable to create a disaster-resistant forest with the land's native species of oak tree, and tabu as the main trees. Many citizens interested in the natural environment then began to collect seeds of broadleaf trees in the city and cultivate pot seedlings as a volunteer activity. In 1995, citizen volunteers under the guidance of Dr. Muralee grew seedlings and began a citizen tree planting festival. The 3 Tabunoki chants, a standard part of Dr. Muralee's tree planting instruction, echoed through the area.
その後、植樹祭は毎年実施され、1995年の第1回から2010年の第16回まで、合計で約4万本の植樹を行いました。
Since then, tree planting festivals have been held annually with a total of approximately 40,000 trees planted from the first festival in 1995 to the 16th festival in 2010.
この写真は植樹から29年と27年が経過した植樹会場であり、立派な林となっております。密植、本植、ランダム植えにより多層な樹木が森を形成しています。
These 2 photos show the tree planting site 29 and 27 years after the trees were planted. And it's a magnificent forest, multi-layered trees from the forest through dense planting, mixed planting, and random planting.
こちらも植樹から22年、17年が経過した植樹会場です。順調な生育を見せております。その後、南相馬省未曾有の大災害が襲います。
This is also a tree planting site where 22 years and 17 years have elapsed since the trees were planted. As you can see, the trees are growing well, but unfortunately, an unprecedented disaster then struck Minamoto City.
2011年3月11日2時46分、震度6弱の地震が発生し、3時35分、津波が南相馬市を襲いました。写真のように海岸防災林の高さをはるかに超える津波が 3km ほどの内陸まで押し寄せ、右下の写真の通り、震災後3日を経過した時点でも淡水城塞は解消されませんでした。
On March 11th, 2011, at approximately 2:46 p.m., an earthquake with an intensity of 6 hit the city of Minamosa, which was then followed by a tsunami at 3:35 p.m. As you can see in the photo below, the tsunami, which far exceeded the height of the coastal disaster prevention forest, surged as far as 3 kilometers inland. And as shown in the photo below right, the waterlogged condition was not resolved even for 3 days after the earthquake.
黒松でできた海岸防災林は震災以前は潮風を防ぎ美しい風景を形成しておりましたが、根入れが浅く津波によっていとも簡単に流され、逆に家屋を破壊する大きなエネルギーとして襲いかかってきました。その一方、屋敷林として植えられたタブノキはしっかりと大地を捉え集落を守りました。写真のタブノキは震災後市の有形民族文化財に指定し大切に保護されています。
The coastal disaster prevention forest made of black spruce had protected the sea breeze and formed a beautiful landscape before the earthquake, but its shallow rooting made it easy to be washed away by the tsunami, which in turn struck with great energy to destroy even the houses. On the other hand, the Tomoaki trees have been planted as a forest for residents, held firm to the ground and actually protected the village. After the earthquake, the Tomoaki tree, as you can see in the photo, was designated as a tangible cultural property of the city, and has been since carefully protected.
発災の3週間後に宮脇先生は当初を訪れ、被災地をくまなく調査していただきました。先生はタブノキをはじめとした広葉樹の森の優位性を再認識し、南相馬市に対し、命を守る森づくりを行い、多くの人が訪れ、学び、癒される場を築き、そのノウハウを日本中、世界中へ発信する場とすべきとの提案をいただきました。そのことから震災により発生した震災瓦礫を高盛り土として、そこにこの土地本来の木を植える鎮魂復興市民植樹祭を震災から2年後の2013年を第1回として毎年開催しております。
So 3 weeks after the disaster, Dr. Muralee visited the city and conducted a thorough survey of the area. He reaffirmed the superiority of broadleaf forests, including Tomoaki, and proposed that Minamoto City create a forest that protects lives, builds a place where people can visit, learn and heal, and disseminate this know-how throughout Japan and the world. Based on this proposal, we have been holding the annual Requiem Reconstruction Citizens Tree Planting Festival every year since 2013, 2 years after the earthquake, to plant trees native to the land on the high embankment of rubble generated by the earthquake.
宮脇先生には第1回よりおいでいただき、直接植樹指導をいただきました。前日に現地入りし、植栽地の高盛り土を素手で握り、スコップで掘り返し、ほっこら具合を確かめ、多くの指導をいただき、樹木に最適な環境づくりを求められたと聞いています。宮脇先生からは、その土地本来の木を植えるという考え方を直接参加者へ伝えていただきました。
Dr. Muralee came to the site from the first session and gave us direct tree planting guidance. He arrived at the site the day before, gripped the high mound of soil in the planting area with his bare hands, dug it up with his shovel, and checked the hokkora condition. I heard that they sought to create the best environment for the trees with a lot of guidance. Dr. Miyawaki directly shared with the participants the concept of planting trees that are native to the land.
藤原先生にも毎回おいでいただき、植樹リーダーの育成や参加者に対する植樹指導をいただいております。現地にて植樹指導を行えるボランティアを育成し、当日の参加者や植樹指導を行う手法は、南相馬市鎮魂復興市民植樹祭の大きな特徴です。
Dr. Fujiwara also comes to the festival each time to see, to train tree planting leaders and provide tree planting guidance to participants. The method of training volunteers who can lead tree planting on site and provide tree planting guidance to participants on the day of the event is a major feature of the Minamisoma City Tree Planting Festival for Requiem and Reconstruction.
写真は2013年の第1回の会場の森です。風力発電が設置されるほど潮風が強く吹きつける場所ですが、しっかりと根を下ろし、立派な鎮守の森へと成長しております。今年は早くも震災後第12回となる市民植樹祭を開催することができました。
So this photo shows the forest where the first event was held in 2013. It's a place where the sea wind blows so strongly that a wind power generator system has been installed, but it has firmly put down roots and grown into a splendid township forest. And this year we were able to hold the 12th Citizens Tree Planting Festival after the earthquake as early as this year.
これまで12回の開催で延べ2万1000人の手で21万4000本の苗を植えていただきました。宮脇先生からいただきましたふるさとの木によるふるさとの森づくりの思想を南相馬市の子や孫の世代へと引き継いでいかねばならないと感じております。南相馬市はこれからも思いを込めて植樹活動により100年のまちづくりを進めてまいります。
So in total, 21,000 people have planted 214,000 seedlings in the 12 sessions held so far, and we feel that we must pass on this idea of creating hometown forests by hometown trees given to us by Dr. Miyawaki to our children and grandchildren in Minamasoma City. Minamasoma City will continue to promote the creation of a city of 100 years through tree planting activities with all of our hearts.
ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So at this panel discussion, we have several topics. Therefore, we finish the presentation at first, then go to the panel discussion. Second presentation is Kuria-san, Tomoaki Giacomo-san from Rome. Miyawaki microforests for the Mediterranean cities are tested in Rome, urban area, Italy.
So first of all, I will show you a video presentation by my professor Fabio Frattini from Sapienza in Rome. This was meant to be shown before, but still it's greetings from Rome.
Good morning from Rome. I'm Fabiola Frattini by the University of Sapienza, and I'm here in the first eco-pedagogical microforest of the city. It's a great honor to introduce two esteemed scholars who have the chance to be very close to Professor Miyawaki and share a scientific pathway. First, we have Professor Emerita Kazue Fujiwara, a distinguished authority in the field of natural ecosystem, forestation, biodiversity, and more. 90 years of groundbreaking research and contribution that have shaped the academic landscape worldwide. Joining her is Prof.Elgene Box, a leading expert also with an impressive career. Professor Box is affiliated with the University of Georgia and is celebrated for its publication with Professor Miyawaki, The Healing Power of Forest, a milestone. We are thrilled to have such influential figures contributing to this symposium. Their insight and research are sure to inspire and drive forward international collaboration in the field of Miyawaki forestation and urban microforestation as well. as you can see behind me. Thank you, and we wish you a successful and enriching event. Goodbye.
I'm glad to be here, of course, presenting to you our project, which is an eco-pedagogical project that is going on in the urban area of Rome. I'm Tullia Valeria Di Giacomo from the Department of Engineering in Sapienza, Rome. The framework we already know, so the project is coherent with the strategical international goals. We are working in several of these goals. What I want to point out is the importance of the eco-pedagogical path that we are bringing together in the city of Rome. So we are somehow linking what the Miyawaki methodology with the eco-pedagogical pathway, and this shown in the picture is the planting day. So Professor Pratini was there last days. This was on last year in February 2023. So we are working especially on the socio-cultural ecosystem services provided by these green infrastructure, and we are trying to increase the connection to nature of people. So some goals presented in the slide. So we want to build a monitoring observatory. So we are using this microforest and the other one that are following, providing a sort of natural spots inside the city of Rome. We are promoting citizen science activities, and we are developing experimentation activities with young children and young people. So we are also working in the increasing the resilience of some of these neighborhoods where the microforests are going to be planted, because we are in the densely urbanized area in Italy. And we are trying to follow the 15-minute city path. So just a few sentences about the methodology that we are bringing forward. So we started building a multi-stakeholder and multi-level partnership. We asked local people to show what they want to the municipality. We asked associations and networks of citizens to come together, and it was the very first part. Then with them, we decided where to realize the microforest, so the design part. Afterwards, we developed this eco-pedagogical pathway to develop awareness and connection with nature. I will show you some picture later. And then we started the monitoring phase, allowing especially children to sample and to test and to monitor the evolution of the microforest. And then we are now also working to disseminate the project at the various stages. So these are somehow our path. These are some pictures taken from our activities. This is Professor Di Filippo from University of Tuscia. You might know his mentor, which is Professor Bartolomeo Schirone, which worked with Professor Miyawaki in the 90s. So his pupil, that now is a professor, is helping us in the thematic topic of forestry and biodiversity, because we are realizing activities, outdoor activities with children. And also there is an experimentation session. So our meetings our workshop as a small part of theory, and then the exercise and the experimentation phase. We have a wide range of topics, going from the microforest ecosystem to the soil quality, to the biodiversity, to the therapeutic benefits of having the microforests inside the city. These are some of the lessons that we had in the previous sessions. Okay. And we are working on the feedback and assessment of what we have done with them, with developing questionnaires. These are some pictures from the monitoring tools, activities with tools such as to measure chlorophyll, to measure soil quality and air quality. This is the inauguration day, and this is this year. So the average growth is 20-30 centimeters, and this is important to highlight that in the partnership, we realized a partnership with also the Lazio region. So the regional authority was involved in the project, and they donated the species, the Mediterranean species that were planted. And a new collaboration was born because there is an agreement with Rome capital. So the capital of Italy is agreed on having 15 microforests inside the city of Rome, because we are following the 15-minute city model. So the rehabilitation of the city, the regeneration program, is integrated with the realization of the microforest. These are some projects of the following microforest. We are still working on the design, but just want to point out that we are realizing a small part to have the children play and interact with nature. So we have a more dense and safer part, and then a part that is open to experimentation and to connection with nature. So this multiscalarity approach is very important, and we are trying to have new demands, new questions that I leave to the floor. So, do citizen science can be implemented without the supervision of the scientists? Is one. Then so one of the challenging is to empower the local community to become an actor. Is this something reachable? Maybe we saw something, but I don't know. Or at least I don't know in Rome, Italy. And how to involve vulnerable categories. I'm sorry for the Japanese colleague because I don't know Japanese at all. But I know one term that is very poetic, which is komorebi. So we are now trying to open up the microforest ecological pathway to vulnerable people as a blind person that need to interact with nature in another way. So komorebi is a word that it's linked to trees, and it's linked to the beautiful view of the light and of the shade that comes from the canopy. So somehow we are working on this. To sum up, this is the perimetration activity. So children are helping us to design the microforest, and we are intertwining deforestation, the placemaking, and eco-pedagogy together. So this is the group. These two young university students will present tomorrow.
This is Professor Bartolomeo Schirone from University of Tuscia, some colleagues from ISPRA, which is the National Institute of Research and Environment Protection, and other colleagues, other young students, and some colleagues. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Fujiwara, and thank you, everyone. Good afternoon and 下午好. I come from Taiwan, and my name is Ian, and we are very brand new organization because our oldest forest only 1 year old. And so today I'm glad, my great pleasure to share some our story during this time. First of all, I want to introduce myself. Since 2007, since I know the global warming, I start searching about the effective way to reduce the carbon and help our global warming. And I've been doing not only climate changing instructor, but also the energy saving consultant in the factory, which is like air condition. They have like a 500-ton air condition, and we help them to energy saving. And also, I go into the personal resident to help them to do some energy saving. But by doing this way, I don't think it's enough because we always ignore the ecology. It's only the energy saving. So, however, the Miyawaki Forest allowed me to achieve the goal of carbon reduce and ecosystem restoration. So, since 2021, and thanks Forest Shabendu, we start from the course, and after the course, we spend 1 year to build our foundational knowledge of ecosystem. We also learn about like how to do the survey and the nursery and pick out the seed and how to host a plantation. And during this time, we already build like three small tiny forests in Taiwan, which is really very first three forests. And during this time, actually, it's pretty hard for us because we don't have enough fund. So I already write over 20 founding competition, and we only gained 4. And so we only have some funding to start the project. And one of the project is is today's topic. The second one, we build only 50 square meter in the school. We created a tiny forest workshop in the school, which is with 44 grade students. They build the forest with us. The first goal is not teach them how Miyawaki Forest good. Is we want to inspire them a good vision of the forest. And the second, answer why it's a Miyawaki Forest. It's about the knowledge, yep, and personal, and then once we know the knowledge, once we know the beautiful vision, and what can we do? This is the third step. So the course is from the global warming and climate change. Actually, these 2 courses is already in our in Taiwan's course, but they actually didn't know much more. So we share some of the data to them to know what is the fact today. And then sensory and experience and knowledge action together. We want to mix not only just like build up the knowledge in their mind, but also the feeling. So after the introduce the Miyawaki Forest, we take them out to the schoolroom and play with them, earth game, and the drawing. And today I bring some children's drawing. Come and you can see this church. You can see some of them. We ask them to imagine if we have a forest in the school, what will you do in the school, or what will you what is your interaction with the forest? And those drawing actually is pretty impressive because you can see different drawing has different imagination. Some of them are very density, but same species. And like this, only trunk, no leaves. I have no idea what's going on with the child. And some want to cut a tree. It's still good. Maybe he can be a good cutter in the future, and we need a cutter sometimes. So it's a very good experience for me because we can know a lot of imagination in the child through this way. And then we go with them to not only play the game but also play the soil. There's one day the child come to me and say, "This is incredible because this is his first time to touch the soil for such a long time." So I think this is really important once we start the Miyawaki project. And if we can play with the child, we can have a lot of different experience with them. And as you see, the soil preparation. And then this is the first day we plan. And after 1 year, actually, this is our data. And because we plan in the summer, right in the summer, so you can see the survival rate just go down. I don't think it is the key point to go down the survival or not. But later we just replanting. And in 50 square meter, we plant 3 density. The density is 3. And this is our survey. And only in three months, we found a lot of creatures back. And not only the creature, but also the soil. And the soil like this, in the beginning, like this. And we can see the soil structure start to become like a structure and a break, and the smell very good actually, and full of air and water. It's incredible for us. And once we dig the soil, we can see a lot of earthworm in the soil, but not in that. And also we demonstrate the temperature to show people once we have a tiny forest in the city, maybe it can be the ice cube which is not melting, and maybe help us to reduce the heat island effect. And this is after 4 days in the air-conditioned room. You can still see the air and water in the soil. They keep inside. So this is also incredible for us. But we still have some problem. The rats and they can dig the hole. They can eat the root system. They make our aphor. They wasting our aphor actually. But we also think about maybe it's a kind of biodiversity. it's pretty hard to think about that. And splendid, you can see some some plants just grow up very fast, but like their distance of the leaf is pretty long. So eventually it makes some plants larger. And I don't know if you have this problem or not. If you have, maybe how to solve this problem, maybe you can come to me and share some experience. And because the soil, even though we prepare the soil, but the water still cannot go through it very smooth or fast. We are still observe. So maybe after 2 years, 3 years, it's not like this. And the forest not grow as fast as we thought. So it makes the weeds and grows up, and it's pretty hard to maintain. If we want to cut the weeds, we have to cut by our hand because it's very high density. So what's going on of this one? I'm not sure. So we have three different forests, but each of them has different situation. But all of them, not only the problem, but also the lost value experience are our Taiwan's very value experience, because you can see the tree in Taiwan like this, and once we meet like a typhoon or a strong wind, then for preventing falling, we have to cut all the top of the tree. This is really terrible. And but we believe that the Miyawaki Forest can change our life in the city or urban. Here I want to share research that the urban heat island effect disappear if our green coverage reach to 60%. But we don't have to plant the forest as much like 60%. We only maybe use 25 or 30 land to build the forest land. Maybe we can reduce our heat island effect. And I think this is a very beautiful vision for all of us, because Miyawaki Forest make us to believe this. And thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And continuously, next speaker is Damien Saraceni. Let's create living forest around us. Our experience in France. Damien?
Hello, everyone. I'm Damien. I'm a humble practitioner, and I'm thrilled to be there among so many scientists. There are so many topics I would like to discuss with you today, but time is limited, so pardon me, I will only focus on 3 main topics. The first one is who we are as a non-profit organization, and the second one will be what are our objectives, and the third one is what are the challenges we are facing, because maybe some of them will echo in your own actions, and this will trigger interesting discussions. So, and a few examples. So that's what I will try to do today. So, Boom Forest, who we are. We are a non-profit organization of practitioners based in France. We are around 10 active volunteers, and we have 1 full-time employee, so a small team, but full of energy. The project started in 2016 with a participatory budget. I don't know if you know, if you're familiar with this system. Basically, any citizen can present a project to the municipality, and the citizen then they vote, and the most successful project can be funded this way. So we raised 14,000 votes, which was pretty huge at that time and still is. It emphasizes how the project of creating a forest in Paris and in a very urban area raises attention. It's even stronger now. People really want to see this kind of action be realized. It took 2 years to really implement the first project. because we had to find the right spot. Paris is very dense and very builded, so it was not easy. Also, we had to get to know the city council, and they have to get to know us. So it took 2 years, and we started. So the first project was in 2018. I think it was, as long as I know, the first Miyawaki planting experiment in France. Nicolas, did you already plant in France before that? Yeah. Okay. So this is not important in the presentation, but it was one of the first. And since then, we planted 29 projects, mainly in Paris and in Lyon, because this is where we have volunteers. Now we are able to implement 2 projects per year, at least, one in Paris, one in Lyon. Last year we did 7 projects, which was a little bit too much, but we did it. So this shows also that now it's easier to implement this kind of project, because cities are more eager to do these kind of actions, when 6 years ago it was a little bit more complicated. The average size of projects is 500 square meters. At the beginning it was even small projects. Cities were still a little bit cautious about the Miyawaki method, and now it tends to get bigger and bigger, and we can do projects like 1,000 or 2,000 square meters. So this is a nice evolution, and we are trying to follow this rhythm. The communities we involve, at first it was mainly ecological enthusiasts, I would say, and now it's just regular citizens that never been gardening or anything. They just want to plant trees in cities. This is really important for them. And also more and more children from local schools. I will detail a little bit more on another slide. Nope. Our goals are twofold as practitioners. The first one is experiment the Miyawaki method in under various circumstances, test it, and make its potential visible to all. So we tried in urban areas, on flat surface, on mounts, on riverbanks, in woodlands, almost everything, just to try and to show people that it is feasible. The second goal is to encourage, inspire, and advise other groups to do the same. We don't want to be alone in this task. So everything we do, we try to make it available for the public. So we do day-to-day remote counseling through emails, phone calls, sometimes meetings. We share our experiences, all our plantings, through the website. It is regularly updated with pictures, with contextual information in French and in English, through social networks and events. And we participated in a free online course that was launched by a big foundation in France, Fondation pour la Nature et l'Homme, so the Foundation for Nature and People. And they made a big campaign about incentivizing citizens to plant, not only Miyawaki method, but to plant everywhere, like a green walls or everything. And we made a special curriculum dedicated to the Miyawaki method. So anyone can go there, it's free, and they can follow from scratch the different steps to proceed to create a Miyawaki project. Unfortunately, it's only in French, so sorry guys, but maybe one day we will be able to make an English version. A few examples of what we do. So this is, yeah, I can use that. This is the first project we made in Port de Montreuil. So you can see here, it's really booming. This is the Paris Ring Road. So this is really the urban area plus. And this is the view you have now when you're standing there. So you don't see the cars anymore. You don't hear them anymore. And it's a very symbolic place because this is the worst that city can produce. Here there is no so much traffic that sometimes it's hell. So another interesting example is this one. It was very urban area. As you can see, there is a big building, 700 people living there, and we planted just in front of it it was also symbolical. And what was interesting is that we didn't gather people before. We went there, we talked to the school, and then people would come down and take part in this plantation. So this was very interesting because it created a great social diversity. People were coming just to meet their neighbors, and they were also very glad to have some kind of action and power on their direct environment. So this was a very nice project. And what is interesting is the first project is 200 square meters. This city called us this year to make another project, and this time it will be 2,000 square meters. So this shows also they see bigger and bigger. Last example is Morcourt. It was 900 square meters and 90% planted with schools. So that was a huge work. We counted almost 500 children coming to this plantation. It's hard work, but it was really nice. And we were able also to make workshops and games before the event. So when the children were coming to plant, they were more aware of what they were doing. I will finish with the challenges we are facing as practitioners in France. The first one is to reinforce interest and credibility of the Miyawaki method in the French academic world, because there are very few on-site researches on Miyawaki forest in France so far, and there is a lack of data specific to France and Europe. And from this, there is some kind of skepticism from traditional forestry experts and some urban ecology specialists, because Miyawaki method is a little bit the meeting of these two worlds. And apparently, at least in France, they don't want to meet. They don't know how to do. And so this is very important. I think it's maybe quite particular to French world, because criticism is a national sport. So we have to reinforce this part. So this is a call for all the scientists in the room. The second point is also being able to scale up projects to provide stronger ecological benefits, because 200 square meters is nice, but if we want to do things just like we saw in Minamisoma, we have to go bigger. So the way we will do that, since we are still a non-profit and a small team, is by forging new partnership to boost capacity to plant and disseminate. So we have a wide network already in France, helping other associations to do the same. Also gather resources to launch large-scale planting, just like the Minamisoma one, and create suitable tree nurseries. There is a tension on the market about producing good trees with different species, and always people, when we are planting, they are asking where the trees are coming from. So we know it's very important, but so far we are not able, as a non-profit, to have the time and the people to do so. So we will have to partner also with some university or anyone that could help in this part. And the final challenge is to create a recognized network. I think this is kind of the spirit of the day, but with the method leading figure in Japan and its practitioners all around the world, to enhance the credibility with public authorities. Because when people we are talking to see what is happening in Japan, what is happening elsewhere in Europe and all around the world, they say, okay, there are some criticism, but there is also a very strong movement, and this is really important. So I hope we can do something about this. If you're interested, let's do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We continue to the last speaker, Kiyokazu Kusayama. He is chief priest of the Shinto shrine, and Chinju no Mori shrines, Shinto shrine forest, and Professor Miyawaki. Okay.
出雲大社相模分子、また、氏神様19社を仰せつかっている、草山清和草山と申します。今日はですね、普段神社で奉仕している格好でおいでくださいという、藤原先生のリクエストがありましたので、普段のような格好で、来させていただきました。 宮城先生とのご縁は、1991年に初めて先生の鎮守の森についての、講演を拝聴したのが始まりでした。ドイツで学んだ宮城先生は、ふるさとの氏神様の鎮守の森から日本の潜在自然植生がわかるとヒントを得て、全国を調べ、日本植生誌全10巻を出されました。鎮守の森があった。
Hello, I am Kiyokazu Kusayama, Chief Priest of Izumo Taisha Sagami Shrine and 19 other shrines. And today, under the request of Professor Fujiwara, I am here dressed in my official outfit as a Shinto priest. And my friendship with Professor Miyawaki began when I first listened to his talk in 1991. And the shrine, Professor Miyawaki, after he studied in Germany, he gained a hint that the potential natural vegetation of Japan would be understood through the shrine forest, Shinju no Mori of Japan.
日本人が4000年来自然と共生してきた哲学、伝統、行動と、そしてその姿が残されている世界唯一の鎮守の森を調べることにより、日本の潜在自然植生を理解することができたのです。
The shrine forests represented the philosophy, tradition, and actions of the Japanese people that had coexisted with nature for 4,000 years. By researching these forests, Professor Miyawaki thought that he could understand the vegetation of Japan.
その後も先生は精力的に鎮守の森について発信を続けられ、この講演の6年後、1997年にはボストン・ハーバード大学で開催された国際シンポジウムエコロジーと神道に招かれ、主催者による招待講演として鎮守の森を世界の森にというテーマで講演されました。その時に宗教者も祝詞やお経だけではなく、社会に出なければいけないと話されました。
Professor Miyawaki energetically promoted shrine forest, Shinju no Mori, in his talks. And in 1997, he was invited to an international symposium held at Harvard University on ecology and Shinto. And on that theme, he talked about making Shinju no Mori shrine forests in all around the world. And he said that people of religion should play a more important role and go out into society.
レセプションで内田大月さんは、私はジャパンアズナンバーワンという本を書いたとき、アメリカ人はお前は頭がおかしいのではないかと言っていたが、やはり日本はアメリカが妬むほど発展した。しかし今は経済も国も地方公共団体から家庭までもダメになって、やはり私は間違っていたのかと思っていたが、今日あなたの言う鎮守の森の話を聞いて、その森づくりを市民を主役に続けていけば、日本は再び世界のナンバーワンになれるのではないかとおっしゃった。
At the reception, the author of the book, Japan is Number One, Ezra Vogel, talked with Professor Miyawaki and said that Japan had developed remarkably, but now the economy and the country itself were going downside. But on hearing Professor Miyawaki's talk, Ezra Vogel said that if these actions, these forest-making activities that are based on citizens' activities, then Japan will have the chance to become the world's number one again.
また、ある西洋の神道学者が、今の日本人は不幸だ。4000年の歴史を持った日本の自然の森と共生してきた神道が、最近100年足らずの間に一部の人に間違って悪用されたために、今やもう鳥も鎮守も森すらも違和感を持たれてしまった。これは極めて不幸なことで、日 本人は見直さなければならないと言われたそうです。
Also, a Western scholar of Shintoism told the professor that the Japanese, with a history of 4,000 years, should view their forests in a new light.
そんな宮城先生の鎮守の森を世界にという思想に感銘を受け、神奈川県秦野市の出雲大社相模分市で2003年の西側隣接地に約8000平方の宅地を買収し、鎮守の森を作ることになりました。
I was inspired by the professor's idea to spread Shinju no Mori shrine forest to the world. And in 2003, I bought 8,000 square meters of land next to the shrine that I operate and decided to create a shrine forest there.
先生には7回もの森づくりを講演会をしていただき、2007年6月3日に秦野盆地から鎮守の森を世界に1000年の森を作ると題して植樹祭を執り行い、1700人が12000本のポット苗を植えました。18年の今は見事な森となっています。
Professor Miyawaki made 7 talks at Hadano, and on June 3rd, 2007, a planting festival was held entitled Spreading Shinju no Mori to the World from Hadano Plain, Creating a Millennium Forest. And on that occasion, 1,700 volunteers gathered to plant 12,000 potted seedlings. And 18 years later, it has become a beautiful forest.
この森を含め、秦野盆地では先生と14回の植樹祭を行い、約7万本の木を植え、鎮守の森を世界に発信しています。
Including this forest, we have planted 70,000 trees with Professor Miyawaki on 14 occasions in the Hadano Plain.
2015年に宮城先生が病に倒られてからしばらくの間、宮脇メソッドによる森づくりが新たに行われることが少なくなりました。
In 2015, Professor Miyawaki suffered a stroke. Forest making activities decreased.
それでも宮脇先生から薫陶を受けた人たちは、その教えに従い、未来のために正しく宮脇メソッドを実行しておられました。
But still, people who worked and learned under him continued making forests by the Miyawaki method for the future.
2017年、宮脇先生の奥様から突然電話をいただき、先生が私の住まう秦野にあるメディカルリハビリホームに入居されることになりました。
In 2017, I suddenly received a call from Professor Miyawaki's wife and was told that Professor Miyawaki would be moving to a care home which is very close to my place in Hadano.
先生が秦野に移られた日から、私は毎日家内と一緒にその施設に伺いました。はじめはうつろだった先生の目が日を追うことに輝き出し、一般の方たちの面会も叶うようになりました。
From the very first day that Professor Miyawaki moved to Hadano, I visited him with my wife and saw him almost every day. And at first, the professor's eyes were not bright, but as the days went by and other people came to visit him too, he began to become much more healthier and brighter.
休日には浦田美代さん、安西博さんをはじめ、それまで先生と一緒に日本中、世界中で食事を行ってきた仲間たちが来訪されるようになりました。そのうち施設のロビーが先生の書斎と化して来訪者をお迎えすることになりました。
On weekends, people who had planted trees with him in Japan and overseas, such as Mio Rata and Hiroshi Anzai, visited him at the care home.
そこに集まった仲間からこんな提案がなされました。みんなでネットワークを作り、これからも宮脇メソッドを発信していこう。命の森づくり2020の誕生です。
At one time, the friends who had gathered at the care home made a suggestion. Why don't we make a network and continue promoting the Miyawaki method? This was how the organization Creating Forests for Life 2020 was formed.
命の森づくり2020では、みんなと話し合い3つの目標を立てました。1つ目は、宮脇先生の本の出版。2つ目は、植樹祭を行うこと。3つ目は、宮脇先生が立ち上がって挨拶できるようにすること。
We set up 3 goals. 1, to publish the professor's book. 2, to do a tree planting festival. And 3, to make him healthier so that he could stand up and greet everyone.
まず一つ目の目標である藤原書店からの本の出版です。見えないものを見る力、人類最後の日は宮脇先生が倒れる前に構成を済ませされていたので、2015年2月に刊行されていました。一番大切な宮脇明の字で命の森づくりがまだできていません。
Two books were published in February 2015, but those had already been proofread by Professor Miyawaki before he fell ill. And the most important book, the autobiography of Professor Miyawaki, had not been published yet.
日本植生誌全10巻のダイジェスト版も刊行しなければなりません。
And we also had plans to publish a digest version of the vegetation of Japan, which is 10 volumes.
私たちは1ヶ月に一度施設に集まり出版会議を行い、宮脇明の自伝命の森づくりを刊行することができました。
We gathered once a month at the care home, held editorial meetings, and succeeded in publishing his autobiography.
2つ目の目標だった植樹祭については、2019年4月の14日、命の森づくり宮脇明復活植樹祭を行い、400名の参加者により3000本の植樹が行いました。
As for the second goal, we held a tree planting festival on April 14, 2019, which was entitled Creating Forests for Life, Professor Miyawaki's Revival Planting Festival. And on that occasion, 400 people gathered to plant 3,000 trees.
この時先生は見事に立ち上がり、挨拶と植樹指導を行いました。これで3つの目標を叶いました。宮脇先生はその後、2021年7月16日、ご逝去されました。
Professor Miyawaki stood up and greeted everyone and gave guidance on how to plant trees at the tree planting festival. So our third goal was accomplished on this day. Professor Miyawaki passed away on July 16, 2021.
命の森づくり2020のメンバーは、藤原和恵先生を中心に未来のため命を守る環境保全林として日本各地、世界中に広げる宮脇メソッドにより森づくりを紹介し、宮脇先生の思い出を集めた9000年の森を作ろう、日本から世界へを2022年刊行いたしました。
The members of Creating Forests for Life 2020 are gathered around Professor Fujiwara and are introducing the method to Japan and the world to spread more environmental protection forests. We also published the book, Let's Create Indigenous Forests for Millennia in 2022.
その後、奥村佳代子さんの発案で、宮脇先生の亡くなった日をタブの木と名付け、毎年この日にみんなで植樹祭を行っています。
Later, Kayoko Okumura proposed making the day that Professor Miyawaki died a day to commemorate him. And on this day, we plant trees in commemoration.
鎮守の森といえば、日本で最も古い史書の一つである日本書紀の第1巻第8弾に、スサノオノミコトという神様の子供の一人が、日本の国土に実のなる木の種をまき、生産となしたという一文が出てきます。
In the Nihon Shoki, which is one of the oldest historical documents in Japan, there is a passage that reads, one of the children of the god Susanoo sowed the seeds of a fruit-bearing tree in the land of Japan, and it grew into a green mountain.
このように日本人は古来より実のなる木を植え、生きるための環境としての森づくりを行ってきました。その名残が鎮守の森という現存しているものだと思われます。
In this way, since ancient times, Japanese people have planted fruit-bearing trees and created forests as an environment for living. It is believed that the remnants of this exist today as Jinju no Mori.
現代においても鎮守の森は私たちの命をつなぐ象徴であり、環境保全林や防災など日々の生活にとって大切な働きを担うことができます。実際に出雲大社相模分市の鎮守の森である千年の森は、非常時の水源や近くを走る電車の騒音を防ぐ森として役目を果たしています。
Even today, Jinju no Mori are symbols that connect our lives and play important roles in our daily lives, such as environmental conservation and disaster prevention. In fact, the Millennium Forest, the Jinju no Mori of the Izumo Taisha Sagami Branch Shrine, also serves as a water source in emergencies and as a forest that blocks the noise of nearby trains.
木偏に土と書く森という漢字は、その土地にあった樹木からのなる森を指しています。私たちはまさに宮城先生の言うふるさとの木によるふるさとの森づくりとして、鎮守の森づくりを行ってまいりました。
The kanji character for mori is written with a character for tree and a character for earth, and it refers to a forest made up of trees native to that land. We have been creating Jinju no Mori, sacred shrine forests, as Professor Miyawaki calls them, and creating native forests with native trees.
これからもこの土地にあったふるさとの木によるふるさとの森を可能な限り作り続け、人の手がかからずに長持ちする人類の命をつなぐ本物の森を目指し、足元から命の森づくりを進めていたいと思っております。
We will continue to create native forests with native trees that are suited to this land as much as possible, and we would like to continue creating forests of life from the ground up, aiming to create real forests that do not require human labor, that last a millennia, and connect the lives of humanity.
世界中の人たちが日本の鎮守の森を参考に、宮脇メソッドによるミニフォレストを未来の子どもたちのためにできるだけ多く作っていかれることを切にお願い申し上げます。
We sincerely hope that people all over the world will take inspiration from Japan's Jinju no Mori and create as many mini forests as possible using the Miyawaki method for the children of the future.
ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you. We have not enough time. And Mayor of Minamisoma City, he has a Shinkansen schedule. Therefore, please come in and take a seat. I would like to ask the mayor three things. One is Minamisoma City is only one government in the world to continue the Miyawaki Forest, making a Miyawaki Forest since 1995. Even mayor changed in each generation to continue. So why so continuously they can Miyawaki Forest? One, and also after big earthquake, they have the memorial and the reconstruction citizen planting ceremony continuously. And many volunteers came from the whole of Japan, thousands of people, and planting Miyawaki Forest. So that's also citizen of Minamisoma City, and also employer of the city. They are considered to change or not. And third one is what is future aspirations? Okay. なぜこのように長く市長が変えられても続いているのか。
続いている理由、
はい、
まず最初。
はい。
16回と12回ということで、合計28回植樹祭やってますが、私ども当たり前だと思ってたんですが、結構長いということなので、ちょっと考えてみました。3つ。1つは、宮脇先生の森づくりと、南相馬市の行政のニーズっていうのかな、命を守るっていう、そこがマッチしたというのが1つ。具体的には、震災の前は、公園に木を植えました。震災の後は海岸線に植えました。ということで、必要だから植えたんです。というのが一つです。
The answer to the first question is the needs of Minami Soma City and Professor Miyawaki's needs matched. And before the earthquake, Minami Soma City planted forests in parks. And after the tsunami and earthquake, the city has been planting forests along the coastline.
大きな2つは、仕組みができたと思ってます。
Also, a structure has been made to plant these forests in Minami Soma City.
地元の苗木を育てる人、あるいはマウンドを作る人、植えるボランティアの人を集める人とかが集まったチームができたこと。これが2つ目の理由だと思います。
In the city, a team has been made up, a team that raises seedlings or makes mounds or gathers volunteers, and that is promoting the city's activities.
で、3つ目は人だと思います。宮脇先生を中心に、藤原先生もそうですよね。日川さんもそうです。そして市の職員で、この事業に30年携わっている人がいます。西さん。で、こういう人のちょっと飛び抜けた人がいて、その人たちがこう連携したというのが大きいと思います。以上3つかなと思います。
The third reason why tree planting has continued for so long in Minami Soma City is thanks to people like Professor Miyawaki and Professor Fujiwara and also Mr. Nikkawa, who have continued making trees and coming to Minami Soma City. And also there is a person in the city government that has been doing this activity for 30 years.
その職員や、それから、市民の感覚はいかがですか？
How do the people at the city office feel, and how do the people of the city think about this?
特に東日本大震災以降の植樹祭は、私たちのこの子どもたちの命を守る防波堤になってくれるというような思い。そしてまた、亡くなった人をその時に思い浮かべて、二度とこのようなことがないようにというような思いで植えてるという、その誇りっていうんですかね、そういうのが大きいと思います。
After the disaster of March 2011, we have been planting trees so that the forest will serve as a forest wall against tsunamis and protect children. And also we are always thinking of the people who passed away by the disaster, and it is a memorial of them. And we take pride in doing this kind of tree planting.
もう一つは楽しくできているということですね。混ぜるで、あるいはいろんな木を自分の思うように植える、家族連れで植えたり、あるいは隣を見ると何年か前植えた木が見えるんですよね。5年経てばこうなるんだっていうのを見ながら、将来をこう夢見ながらっていうのかな、想像しながら植える。楽しさはやっぱり大切だと思う。それが大きいと思う。
One very
important and big factor is that people enjoy doing this. And families come along to plant the trees, and there are patches of places that the trees have been planted before, so people can see how the trees that they planted like 5 years ago are growing, and they have visions for the future, and it is always very enjoyable for the citizens. What are do you have any future plans for making forests?
私の公約の一つが100年のまちづくりというのがあるんです。ね、先ほど言いましたように震災の後は私たちの子どもたちを守るための森だと、もう明確にそういう思いでやってますので、まだまだこれからといいますか、続けなきゃならないなというふうに思っています。
My public promise to the citizens was that we will create a city that will last 100 years on, and we are going to protect our children from future disasters, so there is still a lot more to do.
どうもありがとうございました。Thank you very much. どうぞ。ありがとうございました。だからすみません。ありがとうございました。We don't have enough time. Maybe the last. So I think we like to ask you the future aspirations for the Miyawaki Forest. Future idea. So each person tell the shortly.
命の森づくり2020という、組織を私どもで、ここにいる会場の、後ろの席に立ち上げました。宮城先生は命をつなげるという、そのことを命の森ということをよく言われます。
Professor Miyawaki used to say very often that to connect lives to the next generation is to create forests.
私たち日本人は万有生命の信仰を持っています。すべての山や川、木や草にすべて命がある。そこに神聖なもの、そういうものが存在しているという考え方を持っております。
The Japanese people believe that there's everything in mountains and rivers and in each piece of grass and trees, life is living.
そしてもったいないという言葉をマータイさんが、世界に広めてくれました。
The Nobel Peace Prize winner Wangari Maathai emphasized and promoted the Japanese word called mottainai. Mottainai means not to waste things.
宮城先生は鎮守の森という言葉を世界に広めてくれました。
Professor Miyawaki promoted the word Chinju no Mori, shrine forest, to the world.
そして先生が病気になられて、おかげさまでという言葉をよく先生とお話ししました。
And after Professor Miyawaki fell ill, they talked about the word おかげさまで in Japanese.
おかげさまというのは、生きとし生けるものすべての力によって今私たちは生かされている。
おかげさまで means that we are all living thanks to every other living thing.
21世紀はまさにこの万物に命があり、そしてそのおかげさまで今が私たちがある。それをしっかりと未来に続けるような環境を作っていかなければいけないというのが命の森づくりの宮城先生の考え方でもあります。
So we are living in the 21st century, and this is the time to recognize that we are supported by every living thing in the world, and we have to pass this on to the future generation, and that is to create a sustainable environment for the future. And that is also what Professor Miyawaki was promoting to do.
ぜひ世界中に宮脇フォレストを作っていただきまして、みんなが命を大切にする、21世紀は環境と命を大切にする、そんな地球にしていっていただきたいと思います。
We wish that you make many more Miyawaki forests and care for the environment and the nature and all living things.
Thank you. And Kuria-san.
Thank you. Following this inspiring comment, I would like to add just the fact that for me, this all what we are doing together is extraordinary. So maybe we should transform this extraordinary into ordinary. So this would be a real success. And then previously, it was meant to a kind of living the wild approach. So maybe we need to recover these feelings. And in our little microforest, we are trying to do so with our children, because we are trying to teach them to reflect on also emotions, what they feel when they are close to the microforest, what they feel when they are planting the forest. And we are doing so also with the help of the Department of Philosophy, because there is still something to do in this ethical approach, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Then Damian-san.
I totally agree with what was just said, and I will maybe continue by saying, for me, the future is of course more and more forests, and it goes through the fact that everybody must know that it is possible to recreate living forests, that it is in its range, in his or her range, to start such a project or to participate in, because there are so many people now stressed by the climate crisis, hearing that forests are in danger and everything, and they think, what can we do? Well, they can do something. We can all do these things. We started without any scientific knowledge, but we asked people who could help us, and so these are reachable projects. These are anyone can start that, and when we will all together start to think that this is a tool we can use, I think really society will change, and we will rethink the way we build cities and villages. So we have to make this known for the really large public and a large audience. So this is for me the future will change.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you. Mion-san?
Thank you. I want to introduce a saying from Miyawaki's book. He say, "There's no place to live. We will never say we don't have place to create a forest, because the Miyawaki forest make us a very clear imagination that we can build a forest everywhere. So maybe 10 years ago, we think plant tree growth very slow. It's not a good nature-based solution, but actually there's no problem about that, because Miyawaki forest make us see first, we don't have the big area to create the forest. Second, forest can grow very fast. So it totally changed our mind to think about our future and the possibility of the living, which is live with nature. And actually, the past 10 years or maybe 20 years, we always say the human being is a cancer of the earth. But because the Miyawaki forest make me feel it's the first time that the human being can be like a red blood cell. We can fix the earth and fix our ecosystem, and maybe in a short time. It's really help us to believe we can change our world, or we can fix the environment. So there are two ways to think about the future. I think the first way is from the function, because once we build a forest in the urban or in the city, tree can absorb the carbon, and the soil change to very soft, so it can absorb the water. We have some problem about the big rain. Once the big rain coming, once the water system goes down, didn't work, then our city will flood. Yeah. So if we have a lot of tiny forests or small forests in the city, it can help the city to absorb the water. Also, can reduce the temperature at the same time, and also it can help us to against the dry season, because the water going to go down to the underwater, and it can fill up the underwater. So we have the example in Taiwan. There's a water tank. It's not a usual water tank. It's they dig a hole, and then the hole can collect the rain, and the rain water go into the ground. So 3 years ago we have like a big dry season, but at the time they don't have the problem, because the water, the underground water is full of water. So I think it's a really good nature basic solution to also it can help us to like a resident, right? The city resident can increase the city resident, help us to against the global warming, which is getting worse now. And the second way to think about this, it's I think the feeding, because we always cannot feel we always cannot feel the feeling that we can live with nature. So I think the Miyawaki Forest will make very good inspiration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, please clap it. All panelists, thank you very much. Thank you. Then we go to the next panel discussion.
So we have a last program, panel discussion 3.
Is everyone okay? We're hanging in there? Okay, it's the last session of the day, so please keep your energy levels high. We're going to be discussing a panel discussion focusing on strategies for knowledge sharing, capacity building, and scaling up Miyawaki Forest initiatives. This session will focus on the critical components of scaling up Miyawaki Forest initiatives through knowledge sharing, effective knowledge sharing, building local and regional capacities, and gathering resources necessary to expand these efforts. Our panelists will begin by delivering brief presentations, each focusing on different aspects of these strategies. Following that, we'll move into a broader discussion on the topic. I'll ask some questions to begin with of the panelists, but please feel free to chime in with your own thoughts or comments or questions. So I'd like to introduce the first panelist, Hannah Lewis, who's going to be discussing building a collaborative network, a green school in Mondo, teaching kids in St. Paul to heal the land and their community through the Miyawaki method.
Hello, everybody. So yeah, my name is Hannah Lewis, and I want to acknowledge my project partners, Molly Cotting, Melvin Giles, and Nate Galloway, who I will introduce, and who sort of are the inspiration for this presentation. So I wrote the book Mini Forest Revolution while living in France, and have since moved back to my hometown of Minneapolis, Minnesota, and you can see where that is, the blue star. I work for Renewing the Countryside, a nonprofit that supports small farmers and has allowed me to introduce the Miyawaki method locally as part of my work. And what I want to share is how we built an extremely collaborative network around a single project, and how that collaboration, which is intact and growing, can become the foundation for greater awareness and knowledge sharing about the Miyawaki method throughout the city and beyond. So I'm focusing on the idea of building a collaborative local network. I'm fortunate to work with Melvin Giles. He's pictured there in the blue shirt on the lower left. He leads a grassroots network of backyard and community gardeners called Urban Farm and Garden Alliance, which promotes reconciliation, healing, peace, environmental justice through growing and sharing food in the Rondo neighborhood. And Melvin lit up when he discovered the Miyawaki method because of the potential he saw to raise the quality of life for people in his community. And he's become one of its biggest local advocates. Molly Cotting is there in the white and blue shirt. She's the Environmental Justice Coordinator for the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and she is also a fantastic local advocate of the Miyawaki method. The three of us got together 2 years ago to launch a project. Melvin said, let's plant a mini forest in Rondo, and let's do it in partnership with the community. So let's take time to just talk to people about it first. So for the first 6 months, we focused only on education and outreach. This started with a bus tour that Melvin organized up on the upper right there. It was in December, to visit a mini forest planted by Ethan Bryson about an hour east of the Twin Cities in 2016. So it was already big, no leaves there because it's winter. And then culminated in a student-led survey project to figure out a good location for a mini forest in the neighborhood. Okay, all of this outreach led us to Nate Galloway, a retired teacher and member of Urban Farm and Garden Alliance and community garden coordinator at Pilgrim Baptist Church, where his grandfather had been a minister, so he had really deep roots there. In this picture, Mr. Galloway is showing images of the Rondo community as it was a few generations ago, a thriving and stable Black middle-class neighborhood. But in the 1960s, the interstate highway was routed through the middle of it, ripping the social fabric and destroying homes and businesses. And that has its effects today in the community struggles with poverty, low tree canopy, and related challenges. So when Melvin and I asked Nate whether he would like to put a mini forest on the north edge of the church's community garden, he said yes, but he said, let's call it a green screen because the word forest is going to turn people off. So hence the name green screen that we're using. So our team was growing. Pilgrim Baptist, an historically significant church in the Rondo neighborhood, would host a Miyawaki forest. The Department of Natural Resources would provide financial support and technical assistance with site evaluation and species selection. And then we invited the primary school down the street to join us for the planting, and we went into the classroom beforehand to introduce the mini forest idea. You can see Melvin in the classroom on the left-hand side there. Let's see. Well, we invited Great River Greening, which is a local restoration group, to help with site prep, planting day coordination, and maintenance. And then Pilgrim Baptist invited a student engineering group from the university to build a path. And so this is the result. You can see the path, the community garden, and then the mini forest. But that is not the only result, because we've been bringing people in every step of the way. And by building relationships, we're building the foundation for a local movement. So in fact, through these relationships, Frogtown Green, which is pictured on the right there, is another Rondo area grassroots group that learned about the Miyawaki method and got organized to plant their own mini forest around the same time that we planted at Pilgrim Baptist. So that was just through those conversations that we were having, and they had gone also on that original bus tour to see the one in December that we went to. Urban Farm and Garden Alliance has shared continuously about the Green Screen project at local festivals and other hyper-local gatherings. And then the DNR has promoted, the Department of Natural Resources has promoted the project to a statewide audience of conservationists. And then finally, Molly at the DNR organized a series of roundtable meetings for potential practitioners, people who are interested in learning about it, possibly trying it, to learn, ask questions, share ideas. And so some of the participants in those roundtable series have included city staff, neighborhood council members, Trust for Public Land, which is a national nonprofit, Metro Blooms, which is a landscaping company, Urban Roots is an urban farming with youth program, and then Frogtown Green is the one I mentioned. It's a grassroots tree planting group. So this is my last slide. Just to say that our next step is to be continuing to work with Maxfield Elementary, which helped us plant the first mini forest, and to work with them on an educational program, outdoor education. So we're working with Great River Greening on the educational program. And then next step, also working with Maxfield and Trust for Public Land to do another planting, but this time on the Maxfield schoolyard too, which is right next to that interstate, so to buffer between the schoolyard and the interstate. That's it.
As I'm sure all aware, Hannah is the author of using the Mini Forest Revolution, using the Miyawaki method to rapidly rewild the world, which came out in 2022 and is such a fantastic book, and I'm sure we all love it very much. Round of applause for the book. I'd like to introduce the next speaker, Steve Warren Brown, and he's going to be talking about his social enterprise, society, and sustainable futures.
Problem with going so late on in the day is that you think you start the day with an idea of what you're going to talk about, and then you get so many ideas and inspirations throughout the day that you actually go completely off piste and completely forget what you're supposed to be doing. I wanted to start by first of all saying how humbled I am and indeed grateful for the privilege to present. So to Gray and to Professor Fujiwara for the opportunity to allow me to present. Thank you so much. I'd like to talk to you about society. I'm a frustrated environmentalist. I've been a landscape contractor all of my life. I started learning about plants when I was 7 years of age, so maybe 30 years ago. Too late. I moved into landscape construction because I wanted to try and make an impact on the environment. I got very frustrated when I realised that actually we're at the end of the journey quite often and not able to make as much of an impact as possible. So when I read about Professor Miyawaki on LinkedIn in 2019, I was really inspired by his ideas. I formed Society January 23, and the idea is that we are encompassing all of his ideas into England. And in England and the UK, as some of my other speakers have alluded to, it's a relatively new concept, Miyawaki. And in fact, in 2020, 2021, when I was talking to DEFRA, the local government, about potential funding streams, they hadn't heard of Miyawaki. They weren't interested in talking about Miyawaki because it didn't create enough of an impact. 18 months later, they've afforded us the opportunity for some funding. So there's been a real shift in right. We're doing everything as much. Oh, thank you. Plan here. Look, I've just seen that. Sorry. We're doing everything. I'm not going to focus too much on what we're doing. It's very, very similar to what an awful lot of you are doing out there, which is we are planting microforests in schools, and we're trying to engage with the children and the local community. Upon reading about Miyawaki, I struggled to remember his name, and I wanted to come up with a way to afford me the opportunity to perhaps scale it. And one evening I was sat on the sofa, and I recalled the surname Miyawaki, repeated it a few times, and eventually came up with Miyawaki Forest. And I'm the guy who's responsible for these books on your desks. please take those home and enjoy them. If there's anything in there that's too complicated, they're for 6 to 8 year olds. So if you get stuck on anything, come and see me and I'll help you. Too late for jokes, sorry. I created the brand, Miyawaki Forest. It was a... Thank you. It's supposed to be a bit of an element of fun, but it was something that was driven by what one of my children said after watching a David Attenborough program. They were mid-20s and they were really fed up with the doom and gloom that was reported on a daily basis about the environment. And I wanted to give some hope and some fun aspects to this. So this is given out by us when we plant each forest. And this is our first forest we did of 6 this year after delivering 2 pilots. And in the middle there you see our great friend Mushy, who is a fun guy. He goes in and meets with the children, gives them out their free books. It's really quite a thing. It's a very, very humbling, and it adds another dimension, but it really is something that I would recommend all of my corporate sponsors to get involved with, because the sheer joy on the children's faces throughout the day is unbelievable. We're focusing on our first initiative, which is called Project 96. Why 96? Well, we were working on a royal commemorative piece of work before Her Majesty passed at the age of 96. So I took that the number 96 and thought it would give us potential to elevate our project, which is, as I say, very really new in the country. Our projection is that we're going to do 96 forests in the next 4 years. We've done 8 this year. We're currently in a funding pot for another 22. Should we be successful, we will be at about 30, which is which would be about 25% ahead schedule. 96 schools. What does that actually mean from an impact perspective? Well, 11,520 children. When we complete that, this is based on an average school size in our country. 11,520 children will have planted a tree. A large percentage of them have never planted trees. And in fact, if they were to go home and speak to 2 of their family, 34,500 people would be touched and impacted in a positive way, I hope, by our educational environmental project. So imagine what that number would be like if it was replicated throughout other cities. We hope that Project 96 becomes an inspirational exemplar and a blueprint for other cities to replicate and take this to a national and perhaps international level. A lot of companies that we try to attract commercial funding from, they have what's called a corporate social value measurement. This is verified by the government. It's a metrics called TOMS. On an average typical volunteer day, so an example would be taking 6 volunteers to repaint a school classroom. They would expect a return to their corporate pound of £1,421. Our example of our first forest, where we had over 165 children, 67 parents, 35 local teachers and other peers involved, generated through the metrics that the government have recognised a return on their corporate social value of £41,000, which I'm hoping you'll agree is really impressive. This is what we're using to catch and attract the attention of those corporate entities which we're looking at their sponsorship. So that's proven. That was our first forest, and that is at the point of completion of the planting day. That doesn't take into account the continued enjoyment that the children get through reading their books and going out and looking after the forest over those 2 to 3 years until it becomes established. The suite of material that we offer gives the children the opportunity to be educated in that reading space, but also to look after the forest and become stakeholders for what we believe should be a green legacy piece. I picked up on a comment that Julia mentioned. I can't see her in the room, forgive me if that's the surname, about vulnerable communities and how they can be engaged. One of the most humbling things for us and my colleague Adam was that on the second forest we planted, the children that joined us for the day that were special needs and struggling with traditional education were so passionate about the work. We had a wonderful comment from a teacher the following day about how engaged they had become. And actually, the only time they were upset throughout the day was when they were asked to leave. This really is, I believe, as I'm sure all of you know this anyway, this really is a very humbling opportunity for us to inspire the next generation, give them some hope in a fun way. Once again, I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Steve. Up next, we have Amanda Ambram, who's going to be talking about Global Schools Program, supporting schools and educators in creating a more sustainable world.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's really great to be here. My name is Amanda Abram, and it's just been so wonderful to hear all of the presentations throughout the day. Really thinking about how we as a network, the Global Schools Program, can really also continue to be a part of this international movement for Miyawaki forests and our schools network and beyond. So I'm an educator actually by practice. I was a teacher in a variety of countries. I also worked in higher education and residence life and for a variety of educational and nonprofits. So really coming at this more from the education side. Global Schools Program is part of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. So this is a large organization with about 60 regional and national networks all over the world, and we support UNESCO's Education for Sustainable Development roadmap, really putting sustainable development education into our community of schools across 100 countries. So we've been in existence for about 5 years, and we really try to support educators with the training and curriculum on the SDGs and sustainability holistically, how they can put this into their school operations, pedagogy, and classroom practices. So we have engaged about over 200,000 students directly in a variety of projects, specifically on the SDGs across these countries. So we do this through 4 ways, really. We have a teacher training program called our Advocates Program, where we work directly with school leaders and teachers to train them on sustainability. We also work with national government partners and university partners to help them audit their curriculum for sustainability themes. And we also provide a lot of content and training to teachers and really build a global community of practice so we can really bring up the teacher voice at the United Nations, at other summits, and with governments so they can really make an impact on education. Specifically with our projects, over 15,000 projects have been carried out across the network and school communities, and over half of them are on climate action, and about 40% on life on land specifically. So just to give you a few examples, one of our schools in Egypt did a tree planting of over 1,000 trees in public schools in the local area, involving awareness sessions in classes, guest speakers, and articles sent home to parents to really raise awareness. In Chile, we saw one of our schools do a beach cleanup alongside parents to promote ecosystem restoration. In the UAE, one of our teachers initiated a mangrove restoration project specifically and was asked to feature their work at COP as one of the 50 selected teachers for that project, how she engaged the local community and NGOs. So we have a lot of projects and examples, but what I was asked to talk about specifically was how we really created this international network and movement and our strategies for scale up and how that could be possibly relevant for nature labs. So how we started this international global community of practice of schools is we first recruited about 400 young people to go out and do presentations at school communities in schools that might not know about these topics and sustainability, and really recruited them to be a part of this global movement. We also did approximately interviews with over 200 people and desk research for 8 months to ensure that we were creating a program for our schools that really wasn't going to duplicate other efforts and really support them with the sustainability training that they might need. After this, we developed a variety of materials and expanded into research and policy work to really try to support our schools with tangible resources and projects and activities on the SDGs. So I was trying my best in just 5 minutes to conceptualize how we really scaled up this network, and it was really in 3 ways. So the first, to expand from the first initial schools that we had to this 1,800 schools in our community of practice, which now has over 1.5 million students represented in the community. We first tried to scale up, working with NGOs and governments on different pilot programs to really try to get deeper engagement with ministries to really sustain the work that we were doing. The second way is we tried to scale out and recruit more schools to be a part of this movement. We did partnerships with other school networks, such as the International Baccalaureate, and also translated our content into about 14 different languages and made sure it was contextualized to those ecosystems they might be working with or those countries specifically. And then we also tried to develop some case studies that could be applicable to different countries. And lastly, which we think is also the most important, we also tried to scale deep and really ensure that the quality of the impact we were making with our teachers themselves was very intentional. And we weren't just adding more schools to the network, but we were really, really trying to work intentionally with the school communities and the teachers across the world. So these are some of the results. You can go to the globalschoolsprogram.org to learn a little more about us. But as I said, now we have over 1.5 million students in the global community of practice, and we have engaged a large portion of them in particular activities, and a lot of that is detailed in our publications. So just to conclude, this is my last slide. I know that was really quick on kind of how we built out this international network. But as we're thinking about being here engaging in nature labs, we're very, very excited to think about the creation of Miyawaki Forest as nature labs, not only in our school's network, but thinking about bringing nature labs to every one of our campuses worldwide. And we're very excited to be working with the partners here in the G20 Global Land Initiative on bringing land restoration to all of the schools that we work with. We really also have a long-term vision to support this work and ensure that every student really regains their connection to nature. So we would love to work with everyone here on this. We're hoping to put together a community of technical experts. So please come and talk to me about this and share your expertise on how we can intentionally put this into all of our schools in our network. So thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm going to ask some questions first. As the expert panel answer the questions, please feel free to chime in with your own thoughts or comments or questions as we go along. So my first question, I'll ask the panelists in general. You can chime in whoever you like. Capacity building. How do you feel we can ensure that local communities and organizations have the tools and expertise necessary to implement and maintain Miyawaki Forest over time? And what role do you think education and training programs play in this process? Feel free to chime in, whoever wants to first.
Well, I guess I'm just thinking back to my experience in St. Paul, and it's really, we're just taking a slow approach of building relationships where they arise, and then tending to those relationships as people become interested.
Yeah, to the second part of the question, I mean, I think education and capacity building is extremely important. I mean, especially I work with a lot of teachers, and you see that a lot of them are really passionate about wanting to put like climate education or land restoration into their teaching, but sometimes they don't feel like they're officially the expert. So providing them with that training, I think, is extremely important.
I've forgotten the first half. I think starting very young with the children is important. I was incredibly surprised at the level of knowledge they already had, and that was really heartening. What was more heartening in just the 18 months that we've been engaging with these schools, their learnings are already there and evidenced. And this is from a position where we weren't being supported. We were doing this first school as a pilot. So we had minimal resource, but the passion that was coming through from the children, I'd like to think was part of the excitement that we gave them through what we created. And I believe that is the start of the stepping stones. But also, of course, we mustn't lose sight, or certainly from our perspective, Project 96 is about delivering those 96 schools. But that is only the start. We want that to be an exemplar to be copied by other cities, communities, whatever. And that part of the model we will refine throughout that process. But part of that model that's really essential is to really deeply engage with the community. It's not a ticking box exercise from a corporate perspective. It's really, really engaging deeply with the community. And I'm hoping that this event is the start of something really special for all of us involved in this room. And actually, in a funny sort of way, we're collaborating here in the way that mycelium connects trees with their roots, and everyone benefits from it. So long may these continue, and if we can all each go and do this sort of thing on a local level, then that's going to expedite with the situation, I would think.
日本では子供を自然の中に引っ張り出すのはなかなか難しいんですけど、一つの提案がありまして、日本人の得意技であるゲームの中に、今回集まった27カ国の人たちの共通のキャラクターを作って、そのキャラクターがですね、子供たちがPC 上で操作すると森ができる。そうすると世界中で森が子供たちが作る。それは仮想の世界だけれども、それを現実にすればいいんではないかという提案があります。
Interesting. In Japan, it's really hard to draw children into nature, into the forest. So my proposal is that we form it into more of a game, gamify it a little bit. The example was, all you folk are from 26 different nations. We could like simulate role-playing different individuals from these 26 nations and gamify it for these kids. And these kids could act as in these different roles like public speakers and teachers, and then think about developing forests, ideas for developing forests on their own. That was the gist of the proposal.
And the next one is regarding knowledge sharing. What do you feel are the most effective strategies for disseminating the knowledge and lessons learned from the successful Miyawaki Forest projects to diverse communities, including those with limited resources or access to information?
We've got to hurry up because I know you want to go and have your dinner. So I'm going to start from a position of passion. I know I've been a horticulturist all my life, so it comes naturally to me, but it was quite startling when I first discovered that a lot of companies around us were looking at their carbon net zero journey in England and Britain, and we've got some fairly stringent challenges coming, and whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, but nobody had the knowledge of where to do these sorts of things. People were planting forests abroad, and were they getting planted? And then greenwashing was becoming a topic. I'm going slightly off piste here, but this room is full of people that are real game changers and can make a real difference. And I'd like to think I can be included in that. And I genuinely believe that with our passion and our knowledge in this room that we can share and collaborate, then that is the best way for us to inspire and move this movement forward and hopefully give those children the future they deserve.
Well, I just want to say that I appreciate this meeting for knowledge sharing. And also from the UK, there's this new network of people sharing their research results, and I am really grateful for that as well. So.
I think one thing I've also seen be like very successful, like in our work, is teachers are so overloaded; they have a lot of things to do. So finding ways to translate the scientific knowledge into things that are easily digestible and contextualized, I think, is one of the main ways that we try to disseminate the knowledge that we produce.
Definitely not overloading teachers and have enough on their plate, right?
この会議をやるために私たちは世界中の人たちと準備のための会議をネットワークでしました。そのようにですね、各国のネットワークをどこかが管理して信用のできるネットワークとして活用してですね、でいろんな情報を共有すると、そういうことが必要ではないかと思います。
So in preparation for this event, it was an online, I think like a string of online meetings hosted with a lot of different people from a lot of different nations. And going forward, I think it's important that we have more of like a centralized authority for these kinds of meetings that can like make sure that these kinds of networking, whether they're online or not, be scheduled on like a regular basis. That's for knowledge sharing.
Okay, last question, I absolutely promise. Okay, scaling up. What do you feel are the biggest challenges and opportunities when it comes to scaling up Miyawaki Forest initiatives, both locally and globally? And how can we ensure that these projects maintain ecological integrity as they grow? Kelly.
I'm going to answer that last bit, actually, ensuring they maintain ecological integrity. And I've been challenged a few times today on the basis of what we're trying to do on a small scale. And we are our climax trees are actually predicted to be, by the end of the century, not available really, that because of the global warming. So how are we going to future-proof these designs? I guess I'm thinking, and this might get I'm hoping I've interpreted this correctly, but I tried to read up a bit about some Japanese cultural stuff, and I came over and I came across kintsugi, which is about the basis of repairing things in life and this is it's based on the reparation of a pot or a vase repaired with gold leaf. This is going to be a bit off-piste, but anyway. And I'm wondering whether the learnings of today, which have challenged me, but indeed I'm sure that there's people in this room that have been similarly challenged with ways they could do things better, different ways they can do things, continuous learning. I wonder if all the things we are doing are actually, we're all creating that better vase by contributing our old gold leaves to that vase and creating a better future.
I'm just thinking about your mycelium comment, and I think having a network that's there where you can reach out and ask people questions. When we started in St. Paul, there wasn't really anybody who with experience with the method, and so so it's just really helpful to have lots of people to talk to when you have questions. So I think just your previous questions and the answers to those are how we make sure that these projects have the integrity that they should have is the chance for people to talk to each other about it and ask questions of people with other Miyawaki experience, and of course people in their local local ecologists. But opening up those channels so that people can really talk and talk and talk until they can figure it out.
I think maybe the first part of the question on the challenges and opportunities, I think the challenges for schools are like the time to implement new instructional approaches, as well as the cost of some of these projects. But I think one of the opportunities is a lot of schools or even governments already have some form of environmental education, and that provides a lot of different unique opportunities for implementing these type of projects in various aspects of curriculum and supporting teachers with not feeling like they're doing an add-on, but how they can integrate these type of outdoor education projects and what already exists.
一番ハードルが高いのは、行政府を動かす力です。昔、木を植えることに反対するリーダーはどこにもいないということを聞いた覚えがありますけど、どの国のリーダーでも木を植えることには反対しないんでしょうけど、積極的に木を植えるといったリーダーがいるかどうかというのが問題なのでしょう。
The biggest challenge that these initiatives face is getting government to act. I heard back then that there are no leaders in government that are actively against the planting of trees and reforestation. But that being said, there's no real leaders in government that are actively for those purposes either. And so getting people in government in positions of power and leaders to be aligned with that mission and be proactive and take action is one of the most important things, the biggest struggle.
I just want to add a little bit about the challenges, and I perhaps would reflect and perhaps give some hope. I just wanted to go back to the point I made about DEFRA. So our government body in the UK only 2 years ago was not prepared to sanction anything to do with Miyawaki methodology. It didn't recognise it as something that would be of any value from an impact perspective, because they purely measured on hectareage of planting. And I was incredibly frustrated and annoyed, but it was one of those kind of moments we thought, we just got to keep knocking on this door. It's taken 18 months, but they have changed, and those leaders are in the government. They are there. You've got to find them. There are those people there that are believing this, and this is becoming so mainstream now topically. I've said to Gray how when we first spoke 2 years ago, it was very, very unknown, whereas now in Britain it's being talked about an awful lot. So I think it's really hopeful that our government has, locally at least, taken that initiative, and that's demonstrating what you're saying, which is that we do need those leaders to step up and take the chance, and it will happen. It's happened here locally, and I have to believe, with all of you guys and the knowledge that you share and the inspirational stuff you're doing, that you can approach those governments. They will succumb and they will help us.
Excellent. All right, that concludes. I'm sure we're all very happy we finished on time, which is excellent. Can you please join with me in thanking the panelists for their excellent thoughts today?
So everyone,
Nice to meet you.
all the program ended. Thank you very much.